Chapter 37. Hard to be soft. Genevieve. "It's just around the corner, ma'am,"
Powers said excitedly, while everyone else and I followed behind him. It was the start of our day, and we checked behind every single door on base except the one Powers was taking us to. Apparently during Bravo's search, they'd found a one-story structure the size of a small house. But it wasn't built like any of the other offices or homes. They said it would be easier to show than it would be to tell, and as we turned a corner and reached it, I could see why. I strode close, and when I reached it, I rapped my knuckles against the side. The entire thing seemed made out of reinforced concrete, and as I did a lap around the building, I could see that the only entrance was a single, heavy steel door at the front. The only thing securing the door was a built-in bolt, trapped in place by a thick padlock.
"Genevieve,"
I heard Blake call from the side of the structure. I limped over to him through the soreness in my hip to find that he was pointing up towards some black, painted-on sketched letters in the near top. Brigade Armory. The words caused a slow grin to spread across my face, and I heard a few happy laughs from the soldiers who'd come over curiously. Echo hadn't followed, and when I made my way back to the door, she was studying the padlock. "What's up?" I asked, wondering what she was thinking. The lock fell from her hand, and she shook her head with chagrin.
"I can't open it."
"What?" I'd have thought she could open anything. "Why?"
"I've seen these locks before,"
she answered, smacking at it resentfully.
"They're top of the line. Can't be picked."
I sighed, trying to think of a better solution. "Step back." Echo did as I instructed, and when I checked to make sure everyone else was a safe distance away, I raised my rifle, firing once right at the lock. The bullet made a metallic ping and ricocheted off into the dirt beyond the building. "Can't be shot either."
"I could have told you that,"
Echo replied with a laugh.
"What about those keys?"
Powers suggested. I let out another sigh, set my backpack on the ground, and then knelt at it with some difficulty. We'd found 3 rings full of keys in one of the major offices. There were more than 50 keys between the 3 of them, and over half looked like a small padlock keys. They were labeled, but with letters and numbers rather than full words. I'd been hoping we wouldn't need to test any of them, and I definitely didn't want to be the one to do it. "Here, figure out which one it is," I said, handing them over to Powers. "Everyone else, I want to split up and do a final sweep of the base just to make sure we didn't miss any ferals. Canvas for supplies, but leave anything medical at the medical complex. We'll also start 12-hour radio shifts. Hatfield and Carson, you're up. Make sure Camp knows you're online." I motioned for everyone to get moving, and while they scattered, I turned back to Powers. Knowing how strict Cap was about the armory back at camp, I said, "Don't take anything out of it if you get it open. Just keep track of the key, and I'll come back and do an inventory." With that, I nodded at Echo to start following me. The closest area to us was the neighborhoods of homes, and seeing as it ached my hip just to walk, I wasn't up for traveling too far. At least I didn't find it necessary to wear the riot suits anymore. It only added more weight to my injury. Plus, the sooner we'd get this done, the sooner we could go back to camp and bring the civilians here. The sooner we can make a new home. "It's weird," I mused as we walked, tilting my face up toward the sun, being out in a city during daylight. Echo was quiet for a few seconds, deciding whether or not to answer. Even though it had been a few days, she hadn't completely gotten over being upset with me. Though she wasn't being as brusque.
"It'll take some getting used to,"
she agreed, sticking out a hand to run it over the overgrown blades of grass that lined the sidewalk.
"It's a different world."
We trekked into the neighborhood, stopping at the first house on the street. the one I'd gotten injured at and where we'd found the cat. It looked completely different in the light. It was a sophisticated kind of homey, with an off-white exterior and a blue front door and shutters on the windows. Just sticking out of the long grass was a faded, dull, yellow top of a plastic car. The kind small kids could get into and drive along while pushing with their feet.
Hey, look,
Echo said happily, wading through the grass to a homemade wooden swing hanging from the tree in the front yard. When she reached it, she turned around to sit. That's probably... Before I could finish, she plopped down into the seat, but the rope was so torn from years of exposure that the moment that she put any weight on it, it snapped. She dropped straight to the ground, nearly disappearing into the untamed lawn. Not a good idea, I finished, buckling over because I was laughing so hard. Echo reappeared slowly. Ow. As she trudged back over to me, she rubbed her hands over her butt, massaging out the pain. I was still giggling, but seeing as Echo was still mad at me, she didn't find it as amusing as I did. So I tapered off my amusement and led the way inside, re-examining the home in the light of day. The first thing I noticed upon walking in was a blue and red flag hanging on the wall right inside the door. It hadn't stood out the other night. They were Giants fans, I told Echo, pointing to it. I couldn't help the flush of nostalgia, and I ran my hand down the fabric thoughtfully.
My family wasn't big on sports,
she replied, continuing past me. I reached for her before she got too far away, dragging her back. You have to press your forehead to it, like this. I demonstrated on the center of the flag. Echo's eyebrows furrowed like she thought it was silly.
Why?
For good luck, I shrugged. And even though I tried not to let it show, my face fell. It's tradition. It was obvious she had no idea what it meant to me until she read my expression. Then her eyes softened. She gave an apologetic smile and touched her forehead to it. Thanks. She nodded and continued further into the house. I walked over to the kitchen, opening the first cupboard to check for any canned foods. There was one unopened bag of rice, so I set my backpack down on the counter to stuff it in. I was just about to open up the next cupboard when a deep, rich sound filled the house. A moment later, there was another of a different pitch, and it had been so long since I'd heard music that I didn't realize it was the piano until I turned around. Echo was standing at it, pressing down on different keys like she was testing the sound. When she seemed to get a feel for it, one of her hands began a consistent rhythm on a single key, and the other picked up playing across different ones. It was a deeply toned, eerily slow song, but there was beauty in the sadness of it. I took a silent step in Echo's direction, in awe and not wanting it to stop. But only a few notes later, she played one that didn't seem to belong. She'd messed up, and reluctant to continue, she stopped. But she didn't pull her hands away. She ran her fingertips down the length of the white keys, sadly wiping at the layer of dust. I didn't know you played piano, I mused, crossing the remaining space until I was standing behind her. Her head turned just slightly, like she was gonna look at me, but her eyes never made it past the floor.
I don't,
she mumbled irritably, pulling the cover over the keys.
Not anymore.
Why do you do that? I asked, growing unexpectedly impatient. She turned and raised an eyebrow at me.
What?
Let me catch the slightest glimpse of a softer side and then shut down. The piano was clearly something that she'd been attached to, something from before the outbreak. I could hear that in the music, and I wanted to know that part of her.
Maybe you're not gentle enough for my softer side,
she quipped. Even knowing how upset she'd been with me the last few days, the bite behind her reply was unexpected, and quite frankly, it hurt. It was almost an instinct to retaliate for the woundedness I felt, especially because I just couldn't take her being mad at me anymore. So I set my hands on her waist and pushed, jamming her hips back into the piano. The mixture of flirtation and animosity caused my voice to come out a soft growl as I pressed my body against hers. "I think you'd like it rough." Her smoky gray eyes scanned mine searchingly. I swear I could read the offense on my face, because when she spoke again a few moments later, her voice was apologetically gentler. "I don't." I went from feeling angry to sympathetic so fast that I didn't know right away how to react. She said, "I don't," as though every time we were together, she didn't like it. For the first time, it truly made me feel like I was using her. "Then how come you never stop me?" I asked seriously, easing back and removing my hands. She adjusted herself so that she was sitting more comfortably against the edge. "You know how I feel about you." I backed away from her a little further. That was the exact reason she should deny me. You should stop saying things like that. "Why?" she prompted rhetorically. "Because you're incapable of being gentle with me? Or because you're afraid of how you're really starting to feel?" I wanted so badly not to even think about her last statement that I ignored it completely. "I'm perfectly capable," I corrected, turning to walk away, because I was anxious about where this conversation was heading. Echo's hand slipped around mine before I got out of arm's reach. "Prove it." I glanced back at her while I considered it. I knew what she was doing. It wasn't the first time she had tried reverse psychology to get me to kiss her. But I couldn't get the tune of the piano out of my head. I wanted the source, and I wanted her to stop being mad. "I'll prove it," I said, turning to face her completely again, while I pulled my hand from hers. "If you verbally acknowledge who you really are." Her head dropped, and she let out a deep breath. "Genevieve," she mumbled reluctantly. I stood there expectantly, not saying anything because I declared my terms. It took her so long to speak again that I assumed that she was declining. But as I made to walk away once more, she sighed. "Okay." My eyebrows rose with shock while I moved closer to her once more. She was so adamant about that part of her being gone, I never expected that she'd really do it. She took in a resolute breath before choking out the short sentence. "My name is Hayden." I shook my head with dissatisfaction. That wasn't very convincing. "Then convince me," she challenged. I readily raised one hand to cup her face, but the movement was sudden enough that she flinched. I didn't like that. That even after I told her I'd be gentle, there was a part of her that didn't believe it. It made my desire to prove it to her so acute that I barely set my hand against her face. The caress of my thumb was so light, I could hardly feel the tiny hairs of her cheek. And when my other hand went up too, it was slow and consoling. Echo's gaze never left my face. She kept scanning my expression, glancing at my lips, and then back at my eyes. There was a clear distrust in it, like she still didn't believe I'd keep being tender, or like she thought that I wouldn't see it through. But I didn't want her to be mad at me anymore. I wanted her to know on some level that I hated being rough. So I leaned into her, and with the next stroke of my thumb, I pressed my lips to her forehead. It was different to kiss her like that, and I closed my eyes to let a wave of feeling sink in. My nose was so close to her hair that all I could smell was her scent, delicate and sweet. It was so quiet around us, all I could hear was her breathing, soft and slow, and almost indistinguishable from mine. All I could feel was her thighs against the outsides of mine, the warmth of her chest seeping into my heart, the smoothness of her face against my fingertips. After only the first few seconds, I felt impossibly vulnerable, and at the same time completely indestructible. I pulled away from the prolonged peck to rest my forehead against hers. "Say it." "Not yet," she pleaded quietly. I wanted her to say it, but greater than that, I wanted more of the extraordinary, obscure emotion I just felt moments ago. I found it when I touched my lips to hers, found it in the way that she kissed back and matched every unhurried movement of my lips, but for the first time didn't push. She didn't deepen it or try to get more. When her hands landed on my hips, she didn't caress me or try to touch me anywhere provocative. She just set them there. She let my entire focus be in her taste, in the sufficiency of every kiss being the barest brush of our lips, the slightest graze from the tip of her tongue. It was gentle. It was Hayden. Whether she'd say it or not, that's who I was kissing. And this time, it wasn't just a glimpse. I felt her in every part of me, recognized her in every one of my 5 senses. And there was no guilt. There was no voice telling me to regret this, or that it was wrong. This was what Echo wanted, a mutual give and take, and I could give myself to Hayden. I could do that because she wasn't the raider, and if I did, then Echo wouldn't be mad at me anymore. I lowered my hands from Echo's face to her own, as I directed her from my hips to the button of my jeans. I tasted a trace of salt on her lips. Her fingers tensed over the button, preparing to undo it. But when my hands returned to her face, I felt the wetness against her cheeks. The salt registered. Her fingers froze at the same time my lips did, and I pulled away from the kiss. "I can't," she whispered, another tear falling from her eye. She returned her hands to my hips to back me away from her, and then stood. "She's gone, Genevieve." She sniffled and brushed past me. "Just accept it." I was so baffled I couldn't even look at her. It was the first time that she'd ever refused me, and she'd done it when I was about to give her what she wanted most. And she hadn't done it because she was mad. "When are you going to stop lying to yourself?" I asked before she left through the door. There was no answer, and when I turned, I found she'd frozen with her fingers around the handle. "When are you?" she said without looking at me. Then she was gone. What she didn't understand was that I wasn't lying to myself. I knew with perfect clarity what I was beginning to feel, and what I'd just felt, and I knew exactly how little it mattered. I also realized for the first time that in certain ways we'd both been wrong about Hayden. She wasn't gone, like Echo said, but there wasn't a split either. It wasn't one or the other. It was both, a fusion. I could never have Hayden without Echo, because there could be no Hayden without Echo. They were just names, parts of a personality that contributed to a whole. What Echo had said when I told her about the split was right. There was just her, but the parts of her that Hayden contributed to, the deeply vulnerable parts, the innocent parts, Echo rarely let those show. I let out a sigh that cut through the new silence that filled the house. Retrieving my backpack from the kitchen counter, I searched the rest of the home for supplies by myself. I didn't know what to expect from Echo when I finally walked out. Wasn't sure whether or not she'd still be crying or mad at me. She was leaning up against the wall beside the front door, and when I stepped out, she took in a deep breath that forced down all the emotions I could see on her face. I began, suddenly timid. You want to talk about it? All she did was shake her head without looking at me. I was kind of relieved about that, seeing as, whenever we talked about something, it just meant that I had to hurt her. You want to move on to the next house? At her consent, we started up the sidewalk toward the next home. It was so quiet while we searched through the various rooms. Echo didn't say a word. I no longer got the vibe that she was upset with me about the other night. It wasn't an angry silence. I couldn't put it into words, but it made me feel bad. Not the guilty kind of bad, but the kind like after she'd had to shoot that raider kid. I wanted to offer comfort, only I couldn't, because I was the cause of the discomfort. It had been so silent the entire time we were looking through the house that it caught me completely off guard when Echo's arms wrapped around my waist from behind.
It's really important that you don't push me away,
she whispered urgently. Why? I asked quietly, a mixture of fear and curiosity forming in my gut.
Turn around,
she instructed. I turned in her arms, taking in a speechless breath, when her lips connected with the sensitive flesh below my ear.
Don't act surprised. Be normal.
She kissed lower on my neck.
Someone's been following us.
I was in such an unexpected daze from the way that she was kissing me that it took little effort to keep from appearing shocked. How do you know?
I've been seeing shadows,
she answered.
And I saw a figure in the window.
Her mouth tickled against my ear, causing muscles in random places to tense with pleasure. I couldn't help that my arm slid around her neck. It was all because of what I felt in that first house. It was toying with my resolve. You have a plan? To make the fact that she was coming on to me seem more natural, she moved her kisses to my mouth. I parted my lips a little too eagerly. I was hardly even registering the importance of what she'd just revealed to me. But all she did was peck my bottom lip.
I'll hide while you go outside to smoke.
She kissed her way along my jawline, back to that wonderful spot beneath my ear. Is this what it would be like if I always let her do what she wanted?
With you as a distraction, I should be able to sneak up on them.
I had to clear my throat in order to ask, why can't you be the bait? Echo moved back to my mouth, saying against my lips,
because you're injured. You can hardly walk without limping. If they run, they'll get away.
All I could think about was that she wasn't really going to kiss me. I couldn't stand it, so I tilted my head forward desperately to catch her lips. She returned it for a few moments before pulling away enough to say my name.
Genevieve.
I hummed, tightening my arms to kiss her again. It took her longer to pull away this time. I even felt her hands slide up my waist lustfully, but eventually she whispered with something of a smile in her voice,
You can push me away now.
My eyes widened, and just like that, guilt. You tricked me, I said, pushing her shoulders to back her up. Damn it, Echo. Her eyebrows furrowed. I could tell that she was about to read the sincerity behind my tone because she rolled her eyes.
I don't even know how I deal with you half the time,
she complained. I need a cigarette, I grumbled, loud enough for our spectator to hear. And because I didn't have any, it was Echo's backpack that I grabbed off the floor. I limped out into the front yard, took Echo's cigarettes out of her backpack, and lit one up. All I had to do now was wait patiently and try not to look anxious. It was harder than I thought, knowing someone might be watching me, and trying not to search for where. I trusted Echo, but that didn't mean I felt entirely comfortable being used to draw our follower out. I finished an entire cigarette, and still nothing happened. It made me impatient, but I pulled out another one to keep waiting, hoping this would work. It got so quiet while I was waiting that eventually I could hear Echo pull the hammer of her pistol back around the side of the house.
"Don't move,"
her voice said. I began to walk toward the side of the house since it sounded like she'd caught the person. But a moment later, a hooded figure came bursting into view. They passed me in a flash, and right after that, Echo came bounding out from around the corner, giving chase. I couldn't run, but out of instinct, I reached for the closest item, a brick from the planters, and I chucked it at the retreating figure before it got more than 20 yards away. The rock struck the person in the back, and they stumbled over their feet just long enough for Echo to catch up. Echo plowed into them, taking them hard to the ground, and immediately sitting over them to aim her pistol. The person's hands immediately shot up in surrender. "I'm unarmed," hollered a female voice. I hobbled over as fast as my injured hip would allow, and when I reached them, Echo handed me her pistol. I kept the weapon aimed at the still hooded woman, while Echo grabbed her by the jacket and pulled her up. "Make any sudden movements and I'll shoot you," I warned. The first thing Echo did when she had the woman on her feet was search her pockets.
"This what you call unarmed?"
Echo asked, tossing a pocket knife to the ground. She frisked the remaining places the girl might be hiding a weapon, and then pulled down her hood. Big, bright brown eyes met mine, and then wandered to Echo, who was now keeping a tight grip on her coat. She was Native American, with a light brown complexion and long black hair that was pulled into a ponytail. By the looks of it, she couldn't have been much older or younger than Echo and I. My guess was a year or two older. She was tall and lanky. Her heavy jacket and jeans hung loose over her frail, flat frame, and her full lips were pursed with misfortune. I nodded at Echo to lead her back into the house, and followed behind with the pistol still aimed at our mysterious follower. Once we reached the inside, Echo sat the girl in a chair, and with the handcuffs I kept in my backpack, we secured her hands behind her back. She was silent the entire time, watching Echo and I observantly, but not with fear. "Who are you?" I asked our prisoner, returning the gun to Echo. The girl's eyes followed the weapon, and without looking at me, she said, "You first." I folded my arms across my chest to let her know that I was in charge, but she didn't seem to care. "Genevieve, right?" she guessed, finally looking at me. Then her eyes went back to Echo. "And Echo." Her head cocked curiously. "Is that your real name?" She clearly wasn't afraid of us, and if she'd truly been following us since we got here, then she had to know we weren't the violent type. Trying to be intimidating didn't seem like it was going to work. But I had little enough patience to be nice for long. "Well, you know our names. What should we call you?" She looked at me for a few brief seconds, watching Echo again thoughtfully for longer than I was comfortable with, and then returned her attention to me. There was so much focus behind her glance that I doubted she didn't know everything about us already. The problem was that we knew nothing about her. "Imogen," she answered eventually. "You alone?" Imogen ignored my question to present one of her own, and as she asked it, the gun was the center of her attention. "Are you going to kill me?" "Depends on why you're following us," I answered honestly, pausing so she'd have the chance to address my first question. Instead of giving an answer again, she looked once more at Echo. "Is Echo really your birth name?" "Hey!" I snapped my fingers impatiently and motioned to myself. "Over here." "Can she ask the questions?" Imogen said nonchalantly, nodding her head toward Echo. My patience was wearing thin. "Why?" "She's holding the gun," Imogen took her eyes off Echo just long enough to glance at me.
And she's obviously more dangerous than you are?
I scoffed irritably. What makes her more dangerous?
You're limping.
Imogen offered readily, a smirk on her face like she was finding humor in this.
The gun. She's got more scars than you.
She gave an unconcerned shrug.
And she's prettier.
I pursed my lips, clenching my fist to keep from reacting. It seemed she was testing us. I just couldn't figure out what she wanted to discover.
You can take the cuffs off, too.
There's no way in hell we...
Genevieve,
Echo whispered, leaning over to talk into my ear.
It's fine. I'll ask the questions.
And then she spoke loud enough for Imogen to hear.
And she already took off the cuffs anyway.
My eyes widened with surprise, immediately darting over to the girl as if she'd attack us now that we knew. All she did was chuckle, nodding her approval while she tossed the handcuffs to the floor and then set her hands freely in her lap.
She's sharp,
she complimented Echo. And you're a pain in the ass, I thought.
I'm also the dangerous one.
Echo held up the pistol indicatively.
You alone.
Yep, Imogen answered without hesitation. Is Echo really your name?
Yes.
Echo leaned back against the island at my side. I didn't like how even though Imogen glanced at me every few seconds, she was completely focused on Echo.
How long have you been watching us?
Since you got here. Liar. What's your real name? These questions were coming in rapid fire, but Echo seemed able to keep up without a problem.
None of your business. Why are you watching us?
First, to find out what you guys were doing. Imogen answered quickly, and then nodded toward me.
And then you wanted to see what kind of a leader she was. Where did you come from? I thought you were alone.
Echo replied. Imogen's mouth opened with response, but a moment later she smiled and huffed with laughter. How many others? I asked eagerly, unable to spectate any longer. Imogen shook her head.
I'm not telling you anything until our lives are guaranteed.
If one of your friends hurts any of my men, I started threateningly, assuming by now that Echo and I weren't the only ones being watched. I won't guarantee a goddamn thing.
You guys are planning on moving here, right?
She asked, once more ignoring what I'd said, once more wearing on my patience. She took our silence as affirmative.
What if I told you that you couldn't stay?
Then I'd say go fuck yourself, I snapped. Because we just cleared and fortified this place, and you didn't say a thing.
That was something called a hypothetical question,
Imogen said flatly, and then glanced at Echo.
Is she always this hostile?
I was so on edge that I glared at Echo, daring her to respond to that. She cleared her throat and shifted uncomfortably at my side, causing Imogen to laugh. I'm done playing games, I grumbled. How about we talk like adults, or I will get hostile. I paused, and then added sneeringly, hypothetically. Imogen gave an amused smile, and when she stood up from the chair, I tensed unsuredly. She confidently strode to the other side of the island, leaning forward against it and setting her arms on the top. She was still smirking, and as she drew in a breath to speak again, her eyes scanned Echo up and down. She was being so unconcernedly smug that I wanted to punch her.
There are 3 of us,
she said, and at least I couldn't complain that she was going to start cooperating.
We've been living on this base for a couple of years now.
Are your companions armed with something more than a pocket knife?
It's my turn,
Imogen replied.
Are there more of you than just the soldiers?
I want to know my soldiers are safe, I told her stubbornly. She dropped her arms to straighten up with irritation, which only made me glare. Keep your hands above the counter. She rolled her eyes, deliberately holding her hands up so that I could see that they were empty, and then putting them flat against the counter. One has a machete, the other has an automatic rifle. Her voice gained a bit of impatience as she then repeated, Are there more of you than just the soldiers? Yes, I answered. Imogen twitched her head with dissatisfaction. Civilians, there are almost 200 of us. No shit, she breathed, straightening up again in shock. Hands, I reminded her grumpily. Your girl frisked me, she quipped with annoyance. I'm clean. I should have you guys put your weapons down. But she replaced her arms on top of the counter without another complaint and leaned forward with sudden excitement. You're bringing them all here? I nodded. How have you been getting in and out of all the buildings we locked? Ask me again when I trust you more. Imogen paused while she raised her arms to adjust her ponytail, and during it her eyes wandered over to Echo again. I was scowling at her when she looked back at me. In response, one corner of her mouth tilted with another smirk. So you're in charge of all those people? She asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. You have a problem with what you've seen so far? I retorted callously. You cleared this entire place without losing anyone. She started, more kindly, trying not to offend me too greatly. Though there was still a bit of condescension to her tone, as if she didn't believe me capable. I'm impressed. It felt like a backhanded compliment. I'm in charge of the soldiers here, I corrected, ignoring the aggravation she was causing. So far, she didn't seem dangerous. The last thing that we needed was violence where it wasn't necessary. I answered to the captain. Imogen's gaze wandered to Echo once more, directing the next question at her. What's he like? Echo glanced from Imogen to me, as if asking whether or not she should respond. Then she nodded in my direction. She knows him better than I do. Which means she'll be more biased. Imogen answered. Echo took a second to think before telling her. He's fair. Uh-huh. Imogen hummed. How do you feed everyone? Farming, I interjected since her question had been directed at Echo again. And hunting. What do you eat? MREs. Imogen outlined the shape of a large square with her hands. We found boxes and boxes of them. Thousands. She shrugged. Tastes a little funky after all this time. And they don't quite hit the spot, but one has the calories you need in a day. You've been living off of one meal a day for the last few years? I repeated in shock, to which Imogen nodded. How many do you have left? Enough to share. Imogen began, her lips curling into a grin. If you've got room for us in your well-earned metropolis. I need to meet your friends first, I told her instantly. Her chin dropped with a knowing nod. I have some conditions of my own. I raised one eyebrow to prompt the conditions. We'll contribute however you want, but I get full disclosure and input on all major decisions. I'm in charge of my group. I'm sure you can understand that. This wasn't exactly a democracy, but I nodded that I did. If we don't like how your captain runs things, then we're free to leave, whenever, with enough supplies to last us at least a week. If I like your friends, I reminded. Deal. She stuck out her hand. I began to reach for it, but paused thoughtfully. You wouldn't mind temporary supervision, right? Even though I'd phrased it as a question, my tone said it was anything but. I'll pair each of you with 2 of my soldiers. Who are you going to pair me with? She asked with a smile in her voice, and her eyes went over to scan Echo again. Keep dreaming, I told her with irk assertiveness, and I heard Echo clear her throat awkwardly once more, while her hand went to rub the back of her neck. Are we making you uncomfortable? Imogen laughed amusedly. My eyes narrowed even though the question hadn't been addressed to me. You're making her uncomfortable. You guys were, about to... Echo started, stumbling over her words. Her cheeks were a bright pink, and while I knew it was just because of how uncomfortable she was, I hated that she was blushing in front of Imogen. She fumbled again and then whined pleadingly. Just make the deal. Imogen watched Echo with an entertained smile while extending her hand to me once more. I took it in my own, squeezing so hard to get her attention that she winced. When I let it go, she stuck out her hand to Echo, and Echo gave an unsure side glance at me, while taking Imogen's hand to give it a brief shake. At least Imogen didn't make it linger, and the moment she released Echo's grip, she straightened up and motioned toward the door. "I'll follow you." I wasn't exactly comfortable yet turning my back on Imogen, but she was too talkative to walk ahead of us for any length of time. I couldn't tell if she just had an outgoing personality, if she was excited to be around new people, or just excited that we might accept them into our home. Maybe it was all of the above. But almost immediately after leaving the house, she was striding along right between Echo and I, no longer guarded or being a pain in the ass. "You guys hungry?" she asked cheerfully, head turning back and forth between us. I didn't want to be good friends. Mostly it was the way that she kept looking at Echo. Secondly, it was because we hardly knew her yet. "I could eat," Echo told her timidly when I offered no response. "There's a cafeteria with a bunch of tables and stuff," Imogen said with a grin. "We could have a dinner in there and eat some of the MREs. We could celebrate what you guys did here." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Echo shrug, and then Imogen looked at me as though asking for permission. Even if I wasn't crazily fond of our newest civilian yet, it was generous that she and her companions were so willing to share their food. It felt like she was putting a lot of faith in us, and in rather short time. But then I remembered that they'd been watching us for the past week. I nodded my approval. "Sure." It was quiet for a few seconds before Echo asked, "How have you been getting in and out of the buildings?" "We haven't," Imogen answered, trudging toward the sidewalk and stomping on a metal grate. "Storm drains and sewer tunnels. They can get you almost anywhere." "That's genius," Echo praised, leaving me in the street to walk over and look down at the grate Imogen was standing on. "Thanks." Imogen gave her a grateful smile, and then took her by the shoulders to move her over a bit, facing her another direction. "That tunnel takes you straight to the park," she said, pointing down to the gap underground. "You know all of them by heart?" Echo sounded fascinated. "Hello," I called impatiently. "Can we keep moving?" They returned to my side, Echo looking somewhat embarrassed as we started once more in the direction of the arms room. All three of us were silent for the rest of the short walk. Powers and Barnes were sitting outside the door when we got there, and when they saw Imogen, both of them stood watching cautiously. It wasn't until we nearly reached them that Powers took a few steps forward.
"Ma'am,"
he said, handing me a single key.
"It's a thing of beauty."
With the key in hand, I strode toward the entrance, opening the arms room door. It swung open with a loud metallic wrench, a cold, stale air spilling out. It was too dark for me to see anything, so I pulled out my flashlight. "Whoa," Imogen mumbled. "You guys got the armory open." I heard her footsteps pick up in the direction, but Echo must have known I'd get mad because I didn't trust her yet, and stopped her.
"Not a good idea,"
Echo warned quietly, Imogen's footsteps ceasing. I crept into the small building, adjusting the beam of my flashlight to get a good look. It truly was a thing of beauty. It was obvious that half of the weapons were gone, probably removed when the troops had been called to deal with the start of the outbreak. But the remaining half were plenty in number. Even without doing a complete walkthrough, I could see assault rifles, long-range rifles, pistols, grenade rifles, and machine guns, along with crates and crates of ammunition. I exited the armory with a grin on my face. After I relocked the door, I stuck the key in my pocket and gave Powers an approving pat on the back. "Nice work."
"Thank you, ma'am."
I made my way back to Echo and Imogen, the next task already on my mind. Where can we find your friends? She shrugged. They're following some of your guys. If you get all your people back here, they'll see me, see that I'm not in danger, and they'll come out. Okay, I murmured thoughtfully, and then motioned for Powers and Barnes to come over. This is Imogen, I told them. Nice to meet you. Imogen greeted, sticking out her hand for both to shake. Stay here with her, I instructed. Echo and I are going to take the truck and start sending everyone back here. When they nodded understandingly, Echo and I trudged to the cargo truck. My soldiers were so scattered around base, it took us a while to even find everyone. We weren't sure who was being followed, so I had to make everyone walk back. That way Imogen's friends would be able to keep up. A few hours later, I'd counted that I'd seen all of my soldiers who were scavenging, so we began heading back to the armory. By the time we got there, I was surprised to see 2 men that didn't belong to my platoon, sitting comfortably and having what looked like an entertained conversation with Imogen and a group of my soldiers. Imogen wasn't joking. Her friends had come out of hiding the moment they saw that she was unharmed. I had to admit it was more than comforting to me that they already appeared friendly with my men. At this point, I doubted we'd have any issues with our newcomers. I still wanted to meet the 2 new guys without the influence of any of my soldiers, so after parking the truck and getting out, I stood near the door. Imogen, I called, waving her over while Echo strode around to lean against the truck at my side. Bring your friends. The 3 of them came over, and once more I noticed how Imogen's eyes seemed especially interested in Echo. Genevieve, Echo, she began, and then motioned to the first of her companions with the assault rifle. This is my brother Cyrus. When she said that, I could tell immediately that they were related. Though Cyrus had a thicker build, he was tall and lean like she was. The structure of his face was hidden behind a scraggly black beard and a mustache that matched his ear-length black hair. But he had the same full lips and the same big brown eyes. They looked so much alike that I'd have thought that they were twins if he wasn't so obviously older. And our good friend, Imogen said, pointing to the other guy with the machete. We call him Ty. Ty nodded at me in greeting, his nearly black eyes disappearing momentarily behind the short bill of his beanie. His dark brown hair stuck out of the bottom of the hat along his neck, curling at the tips. The hair on his face and halfway down his neck was a little more than scruff, and the lighter, almost bronze color of it nearly matched the tan hue of his skin. It was hard to judge his age, but a safe guess seemed to be between the ages of Imogen and Cyrus.
It's really nice to meet you,
Cyrus said happily, extending his hands first to me and then to Echo.
Yeah,
Ty agreed, taking my hand with equal enthusiasm.
We were talking to some of your men about what you were doing here. It's inspiring, really amazing.
Thank you, I told them both with a grin. They were so amicable that I could almost see why Imogen was their leader. She'd at least been just as interested in interrogating Echo and I as we'd been in interrogating her. They were also so polite, it made something else seem apparent. You're the smartass of the group, I see, I said to Imogen, my tone entirely friendly, seeing as I didn't want any lingering hostility. Before Imogen could respond to that, Cyrus spoke up.
Oh, I can be a smartass,
he told me with a laugh.
Let me show you around base and I can prove it to you.
It appeared the sarcasm wasn't the only thing that ran in the family.
Excuse him,
Ty interrupted faster than I could reply to the flirtation, and he set his hand on Cyrus' chest indicatively.
The only girl he's been around in years is a sister.
I chuckled, though I couldn't deny it was a little intimidating. It wasn't that I was afraid of him. The comment was harmless. Maybe it was still a little traumatizing because of what happened to Kellen. I'm flattered, I said politely, but I wanted to put the idea completely out of Cyrus's head. Before I could process the consequences, I'd added, "But I'm accounted for." Maybe there was another part of me that thought it would change the way Imogen kept looking at Echo. Out of the corner of my eye, as that left my mouth, I saw Echo do a double take. I nearly buried my face in my hands with regret. Not because of its validity, but because I knew that she'd want an explanation. Anyway, I said hastily, hoping by some miracle she'd forget. "I want to put you guys with a couple of my soldiers, just as a cautionary measure at first." I glanced past them to my soldiers, picking out the ones I'd seen talking to Cyrus and Ty before I'd returned. "Hunt, Lee, McMahon, Jarvis," I called, waving them over. "Cyrus, you already met Hunt and Lee." He nodded, giving them each a friendly shake. "Ty, I'll put you with McMahon and Jarvis." Then I looked at Imogen. "How'd you get along with Powers and Barnes?" "Fine," she answered with an easy shrug. "You still wanting to share those MREs?" I asked hopefully, to which all 3 of the newcomers nodded. "Great. I'll send all 9 of you with the truck to get them. Meet everyone else at the cafeteria." Echo and I hadn't made the barracks a stop when we were telling all the soldiers to go back to the armory, so Hatfield and Carlson didn't know yet what was going on. I'd have sent someone else to tell them, but I wanted an update as soon as possible about camp. I started back in the direction of the barracks, Echo surprisingly silent at my side. I'd almost been beginning to think that she really did forget, but that would have been too much to ask for.
"Genevieve,"
she prompted a few minutes into our walk. I hummed in acknowledgement.
So
what?" I asked naively.
"You know."
She got a few steps ahead of me, turning backwards so that she could look at me while we walked.
"What did you mean you're accounted for?"
"Exactly what it sounds like," I answered, trying to dodge the answer she really wanted. That I didn't want him trying to flirt with me. She shook her head, already looking like she was growing irritated at my ambiguity.
"No is one of your favorite words. You could have just told him you weren't interested, but you didn't."
"Echo." I sighed with aggravation, but deep down I was pleading with her to let it go, to be restrained. "This isn't worth talking about."
"For Christ's sake, Genevieve."
She huffed angrily, stopping so suddenly that I nearly ran into her.
"You always say that, but it's worth it to me."
I just stood there, staring at her as blankly as I could.
"When do I get what I want?"
"I don't care what you want." I never got what I wanted either, and having to constantly do this was more painful and exhausting than she'd ever know. She gave a bitter chuckle.
"What happened to always being honest with me? That's bullshit."
I shrugged with silent defiance.
"Do you want to be with me?"
"No," I answered defensively, but the end tapered off into a higher pitch. It ended with an unintentional sound of uncertainty. Echo's head tilted.
But,
I repeated, struggling with the conflict at the tip of my tongue. I didn't know how to put it, didn't know how to tell her honestly what I was really thinking without a crippling onset of guilt. "I don't want to be with anyone else," I finished in a rushed, frustrated sigh. Her eyebrows furrowed with confusion.
"What does that even mean?"
"I don't know," I groaned. "Why do you always need an explanation? Why can't you just accept things the way I say them?"
"So I'm the only one you want to be with?"
Echo clarified, ignoring my request to let it go. "No." I felt a cornered panic rise in my chest.
"Ugh, you don't want to be with anyone else,"
she growled in aggravation.
"But I'm not the only one that you want to be with. Do you hear yourself right now?"
She was reading me too precisely, and through the building frenzy, the only way that I could think to get her to drop it was to make her mad. "Fine," I spat, already feeling a twinge of heartbreak because I could predict how she'd react to this. I said it so that you wouldn't get jealous, because I don't want him to die like Kellen did. It got so quiet that I could hear Echo's breath had stopped. But even though her gray eyes moistened with tears, her mouth pursed furiously.
I hated,
she began haltingly, having to swallow back the emotion in order to speak again.
everything about Kellen. I've never been more jealous in my life, and when he flirted with you, and the way that he looked at you, made me sick.
She raised one hand to the height of her shoulder, and through the anger her fist clenched, as though she was battling with herself over a physical reaction.
But that is not why I killed him,
she muttered.
And fuck you for even implying that it is.
As she turned to storm off, I opened my mouth halfway to calling for her, halfway to begging for forgiveness. All morning, I'd been desperate for her to stop being upset with me, and I'd just gone and pissed her off all over again. Worse than that, I hurt her. The guilt on behalf of my dead family, whenever I felt something for her, was severe. But increasing in severity was the agony I felt every time I did this to her. My sentiment for her was growing, and it was becoming more and more agonizing to hurt her. It was gaining on the obligation I felt toward hate, and lately, no matter what I did, it was painful. Chapter 38. From Under Our Feet. Echo.
I dropped my empty MRE package into the garbage bin near the entrance of the cafeteria, and then I strode out into the cold dusk. Even though nobody was outdoors, there were tables for eating at. I brushed the snow off the top of one and then plopped down on it, setting my feet on the bench below. Because I was still furious with Genevieve, inside was the last place that I wanted to be. My only excuse for being out here in the cold was a cigarette, so I pulled one out of my backpack and lit it up. The icy air seeped into my bare fingers faster than I'd expected, but I'd left my gloves inside and I didn't want to venture back in. Instead, I shoved my hands into the pockets of my dark green coat, letting the cigarette dangle on my lips after every puff. Floodlights that Harvey had managed to attach an extra battery to lit up the inside of the cafeteria, but I turned in order to watch the fading orange sunset. I'd been sure the contrast of dark out here and the light inside was enough that I was invisible. A minute later, however, I heard the door open, and I glanced back over my shoulder to see who it was.
Hey,
Imogen greeted, lingering by the door.
Can I join you?
I brushed the snow off the spot beside me. Sure. She smiled and made her way over. When she hopped onto the table, I offered her my pack of cigarettes, but she waved her hand with grateful dismissal.
No, thank you.
Does it bother you? I asked, pulling the lit one from my lips, preparing to toss it into the snow.
No,
she reassured me instantly.
You're fine. It's just not my thing.
I returned it to my mouth while she asked,
What are you doing out here? Brooding?
I let out an amused laugh. Do I look like I'm brooding? Her head nodded side to side with slight confirmation. We work off the buddy system. I don't get much alone time.
I see,
she replied understandingly.
If you want to be alone with your alone time, I can go back inside.
I shook my head at her. I'm not going to shoo you away, especially if you came out here for the same reason.
I mean, it is a little crowded after only being around 2 other people for so long, she agreed. But really, I just came out here because I saw you.
So I could suffocate you with secondhand smoke? I asked sarcastically, tossing the nearly finished cigarette away, trying not to blatantly address what sounded like an attempt at flirtation. I added, Thanks for the food, by the way.
Thanks for clearing this place of ferals and letting us stay,
she responded. I shrugged my reply, and a moment later she straightened with a question. How'd you know I was following you? I don't think you're as sneaky as you think you are, I told her with a chuckle. Realistically, she did a good job of following us. But I'd been in so many dangerous situations as a raider that I'd learned to watch my back. Imogen's question prompted one of my own. How'd you pick the handcuffs we put on you? She gave a proud grin, reaching behind her to take something out of her back pocket. She produced a small metal nail file. I held my hand out curiously, and she gave it to me so that I could study it. The tip of it was thin and pointed enough to undo handcuffs, but one entire edge of it had been cut with something sharper to make it serrated. Why this? I asked, running my finger over the serrated edge and then handing it back to her.
Learning to pick cuffs was sort of an afterthought, she answered, putting it back into her pocket. But experience has taught me that rope is used too, and rope has to be cut.
It took a few seconds for me to realize exactly what she was saying. When it sank in that she'd been a victim of people like me, it struck me with guilt. I'm so sorry, I offered with almost pleading sincerity. Why? She asked unconcernedly.
Just because you used to be a raider doesn't mean that you need to feel bad. You weren't there.
My head cocked with involuntary surprise, and I tried to think back to whether or not Genevieve and I had discussed my past during the time Imogen was following close enough to have heard us. How'd you know that I used to be a raider?
Did I cross a line?
She asked worriedly.
Crap, I've always been bad at boundaries.
It's fine, I offered. I was just curious. Did someone tell you? She looked instantly relieved that I wasn't upset.
Nobody said anything. The scars kind of give you away.
She began to reach for my arm. May I? When I gave it to her, she turned it over to look at the tattoo on my wrist.
And the tattoo. You're a little young for pre-outbreak ink. I haven't seen the rest of you, but I'm assuming it's the only one you have.
She traced the circle around the A with her finger before letting me go.
It's crude, too. Unprofessional. A gang sign seemed most likely.
She shrugged, and then added with a playful laugh.
And Echo? I mean, really? If that's not a raider nickname, I don't know what is.
I laughed too, nodding my approval. That's impressive.
Thank you.
Her teeth flashed in another proud grin.
Are you going to tell me what your real name is?
I shook my head.
Is it an upholding the enigma sort of thing?
I shook my head once more, trying not to grow impatient because Imogen had no idea the iceberg that she was chiseling at. It's kind of a sensitive issue.
Right, boundaries,
she reminded herself.
It's been a long time since I've done the acquaintance thing. Sorry.
I smiled to let her know that it was okay.
What's this from?
She pointed to the healing wound on my cheek. She sure did ask a lot of questions. But despite the fact that they seemed to keep taking a personal turn, I didn't mind. She had such an easy personality. A fight.
And I should see the other guy?
She chuckled. Only it filled me with a reminiscent shame, and I looked down guiltily. Imogen caught on quick, but even though she understood, her voice lacked judgment when she murmured thoughtfully.
You really are the dangerous one.
Does that scare you? She answered in the negative. You a firm believer that people can change? I asked jokingly. She laughed with amusement, but disagreed with the decided look in her eyes.
People don't change. The world changes, experiences change, but deep down, we never do.
She shrugged, as if suddenly growing timid.
I just believe that people should be forgiven. That's how I got over being taken, anyway.
I felt kind of speechless. I didn't know what to say. Forgiveness was such a fleeting wonder to me. And when I failed to come up with anything, Imogen sighed.
And that's pretty heavy talk for acquaintances. I'll get better at this, I swear.
I couldn't help but chuckle, and Imogen continued in order to change the subject.
You and Genevieve, is that a sensitive issue?
That, I started with an entertained huff, is more like a tall glass of fucked and complicated.
My favorite discussion categories, she teased. I picked up on fucked and complicated, and I'm not entirely convinced that she wouldn't claw my eyes out if she saw me here sitting with you.
I tensed my bottom lip down, not able to disagree. She's probably not a person you'd want friction with.
Nope,
Imogen agreed readily, her lips curling with a smirk.
But I wouldn't mind a little with you.
That, I repeated, copying my sarcastic tone from moments before and trying not to burst into laughter so that I could admit. That was really smooth and refreshingly straightforward.
It was cheesy, but thanks, she said with a shy smile. And life's too short for subtlety.
I couldn't agree more, I laughed, adding a moment later. But I'm afraid flirting with me is kind of a hopeless enterprise.
Because of Genevieve,
she said knowingly, to which I nodded. She drew in a thoughtful breath, saying as she let it out,
You guys don't act like any couple I've ever seen.
I'd almost forgotten how long she'd been following us, and that she'd seen sides of my relationship with Genevieve that nobody ever had. In a way, it felt comforting, knowing someone else might understand. Saying the words couple, dating, or relationship to Genevieve is a good way to get smacked. Imogen chuckled with amusement.
What are you guys then?
I pursed my lips unsuredly.
You're more than friends with benefits.
What makes you say that? I asked curiously. I wasn't sure how Genevieve would react if I even called us friends.
I don't know.
She gave a thoughtful shrug.
Watching you guys, in any given second, there's a lot more that passes between you than just physical attraction.
As she spoke, she studied me, as though trying to decipher my relationship with Genevieve and my expression.
I've been following you for about a week, and it seems like you were hardly ever more than 5 feet from each other. To be honest, I was a little surprised when you came out here by yourself.
Trust me, we're not attached at the hip, I told her amusedly.
Pun intended?
Imogen gave a toothy grin. It took me a second, but then I couldn't help but snort with laughter. I didn't get to laugh like this very often. It felt nice. Yeah, you know what? Pun intended, I chuckled. The end of her first statement felt like an implied question, so after my giggling tapered off, I explained more seriously. She said something really offensive earlier. I'm not exactly ready to let it go yet.
That she's accounted for,
Imogen guessed jokingly. I smiled but shook my head. After that. That's how it goes, though. She says or does something nice, and follows it up with something vicious. Imogen nodded with sympathy.
Why do you think she's like that?
Unlike you, I sighed. She's not a big advocate of forgiveness.
What did you do that needs forgiving?
She asked curiously. Imogen was so easy to talk with that I opened my mouth to answer honestly. But before I could, a figure came sprinting out of the dark. It was Hatfield, who had been put in charge of monitoring the radio. "Where's LT?" she asked, panting for air. "Inside," I answered, turning curiously when Hatfield instantly shot past me to run into the cafeteria. "Something's wrong," I mumbled, and heard Imogen shift on the table to turn and look at me. Halfro ran straight up to Genevieve, and as her lips moved to explain why, she looked so panicked I watched all the blood drain from Genevieve's face. Blake was standing next to her, and at the news he threw one hand to his head, instantly looking more panicked than Hatfield. It was like a domino effect. The nearest soldiers were looking at Genevieve. Then they turned, said something to the person next to them, and in seconds they were all talking wildly. I began to stand, about to run indoors to see what was happening, but before I could, both Genevieve and Blake began sprinting in my direction.
"Echo!"
Genevieve called, waving for me to come as she ran past. She didn't even stop to scowl at Imogen, and with how fast she was going, it was as though she wasn't even injured. I was officially so concerned that I didn't say goodbye to my new friend, and immediately sprinted after the retreating pair. We rushed right to the barracks, bounding up the stairs, and burst through the door the room with the radio was in. Genevieve threw herself into the seat in front of the desk, taking the handheld microphone in her hand faster than I could blink.
"Cap,"
she breathed worriedly.
"Cap, it's me. Come in."
There was a momentary silence, and then his voice whispered over the radio. "Jen." He ignored a proper greeting. "We know what's been stealing the food. They came as soon as the sun set. Nobody knew they were even here." He paused, but there was still a lack of crackle over the radio, as if he hadn't released the talk button. "Until it was too late." The cackle started, so Genevieve leaned forward anxiously.
"What came, Cap? Raiders?"
There was such a long pause that Genevieve prompted through a terrified whimper.
"Cap."
"Ferals," he said, so quietly we could hardly hear it. "We got most of them, but they're smart. They hunt. Be careful." His voice was cut off by static.
"Cap,"
Genevieve said almost pleadingly into the receiver.
"Cap."
There was an entire minute of silence.
"Somebody!"
When there was no reply, Genevieve threw the microphone down and stood.
"Shit,"
she breathed, folding her hands behind her head in a panic.
"Fuck."
She was breathing so rapidly, it was a wonder how she was still standing.
"We have to go, now."
I was the nearest to the door, and when she made a move to sprint out of it, I stepped in front of her. "Hold on," I said, putting my hands on her shoulders. I wanted to give Cap more of a chance. We had to hear from him again. "Calm down for a second."
"You're wasting time,"
she shouted instantly, shoving my hands off.
"We don't know who's left."
I was trying to stay calm, but I was almost as terrified as she was. Blake had fallen into a chair, and now he was staring blankly at the floor. "Take a second to think. We don't know what we're dealing with."
"I'm not leaving one single survivor out there alone."
Her eyes narrowed at me dangerously.
"Now get out of my way, or follow me, or so help me God, Echo. You may not survive the next 10 seconds.
It was so scary how completely serious she was that I nodded obediently. "Okay, I'm coming." The moment she shot out the door, Blake stirred into action, instantly going after her. I followed both of them at wind-breaking speed back to the cafeteria.
"Daisuk! Morgan!"
Genevieve yelled into the group of soldiers. She didn't even wait to give instructions once the two started following, and darted back outside to the truck. When she got there, she turned to stop Blake from jumping onto the bed.
"I need you to stay here."
"No," he protested pleadingly. "Genevieve, please, Casey's there."
"I'll radio in the second I know she's okay,"
she told him, reaching up to take his face and make him look at her. But he was staring longingly at the vehicle.
"But I can't leave without knowing this base is in the best hands. I need you in charge."
His eyes filled with worried tears.
"We can't lose this place too, Blake."
Reluctantly, Blake nodded, and without another word, Genevieve hurried around the driver's side of the truck. I jumped into the passenger side, and what seemed like seconds later, we were already speeding past the gate of the base. It was a long, tense drive. Even though Genevieve was going so fast, I was afraid that we might not even make it there. I tried to sleep, but between the panic pouring off of Genevieve and my own concern about the people at camp, it was impossible. It was the middle of the night when we arrived, and Genevieve shot straight past the motor pool to park the truck as close to the center of camp as the forest would allow. Before getting out of the cabin, she clipped her flashlight to the underside of her rifle and clicked it on. I turned my light on too, gripping it in my left hand while I put my pistol out with my right. We met Daisuke and Morgan at the back of the truck.
"Box formation,"
Genevieve announced in a little more than a whisper.
"There could still be ferals around. Stay alert."
I was glad it was too dark to receive the full force of damage all at once. Even as we began our search, it was almost too much. Camp hadn't just been attacked like last time. It had been devastated. The first tent we looked in for survivors was full of blood. 3 people lay dead on the floor, bled out from bite wounds on the neck. The next tent was the same thing. 2 people, bite wounds on the neck. Every feral I'd ever come in contact with didn't care where it bit. Even the ones smart enough to group during the camp's first attack hadn't been this organized. We strode through the tents towards the cabins, and the more we walked, the shallower I could hear Genevieve's breathing was getting. Camp was everything that she lived for, and now it was destroyed. I tried my hardest to keep an eye on her while I looked out for any remaining ferals, because I was worried that she might be on the edge of losing it. It was this distraction that caused me to gasp and jump back with frightening terror when my light fell on a poised figure to our right. It was standing upright, pale in the beam because it was completely nude, but it was frozen in place, unmoving because it was impaled on a branch of a tree behind it. The feral's mouth was still wide with a soundless roar, eyes still half squinted in animalistic fury. Unlike every other feral I'd seen, it wasn't emaciated. After I recovered from the shock and we all moved closer to get a better look, I had to do a double take. If it weren't so disgustingly dirty, I'd have said that the thing looked healthy and well fed. Its skeleton was veneered in lean muscle. These were the hunters.
"What the hell?"
Morgan murmured, leaning in to get a closer look at the feral.
"What?"
Genevieve prompted.
"Look."
Morgan pointed as close as she dared, unwilling to actually touch the body. She pointed first to the genital area of it, and then to the creature's face. Both were smeared in the remains of dry, black substance.
"Is it blood?"
I got within an inch of the feral, examining the black. I think it's... I grabbed a handful of snow off the ground and used it to wipe the beast's face. Dirt, or mud. I glanced over to see Genevieve's eyebrows were furrowed thoughtfully.
"You think it put the mud there for stealth?"
My lips pursed with concentration, but a moment later I shook my head. If that's what it wanted, it would have covered its whole body, but it only did these 2 places, like it didn't want them to be seen. It grew so silent that I heard Daisuke gulp. Genevieve agreed with him.
"Let's keep moving."
We only got to a campsite 15 feet away before Genevieve gave a heartbreaking whimper. She broke formation to run ahead and dropped to her knees in front of the dying campfire, in front of a small, lifeless body.
"No,"
she whispered, ignoring that I'd come up behind her as she turned the body over. What I saw put an agonized pain in my chest, and my eyes filled with tears. It was Madison. Sweet, young, strawberry-loving Madison.
"No,"
Genevieve repeated firmly, rubbing her hands over her eyes and reopening them as if willing it to be untrue. When she saw that nothing had changed, she stood, tears streaming down her face.
"No, no, no, no,"
she hollered. "Genevieve, I said soothingly, taking a step toward her. She pulled her knife from its sheath, and as she turned to bury the blade into the nearest tree, she let out such a tremendous yell that it echoed back at us through the dark night. She wasn't done. She gripped the handle of the knife in both hands, trying furiously to pull it out so that she could stab the trunk again. But she'd buried it so deep the first time that it wouldn't budge. "Genevieve," I repeated, cautiously setting my hands on her shoulders from behind, prepared to dodge if she'd turned to take it out on me. "Not yet," I whispered, blinking the tears from my own eyes and saying the only thing I knew that would get her to compose herself for now. "We need to keep looking for survivors." Her shoulders shook with a silent sob. She sniffled and then took in a deep breath to calm down. It still took her another minute to face me, but eventually she turned and nodded with resolve. Daitsuk pulled the knife from the tree for her, and she held it together while we continued on to the cabins. It was the same. Civilians and soldiers were dead, except for a few spots where some of the bloodstains in the snow were altered. There were stains, but no bodies, and crimson trails seemed to lead off into the woods. Genevieve noticed it too, because the beam of her light followed one of the trails as far as it could. It appeared she was about to say we should track it, but as she opened her mouth, a stick cracked from somewhere in the dark. "Lights!" she instructed in a hurried whisper. We all clicked off our flashlights, ducking behind the nearest tree and relying only on the moonlight to show us what had made the noise. It didn't take long for it to come into view. A feral, like the dead one we'd seen. A hunter. Only this one was female, even though it looked far from starving. It lumbered to a body near a pit of growing embers and grabbed a wrist in one hand. The creature turned and tried to drag the body into the woods where it had just come from, but the dead man was more than twice its size. It wasn't strong enough. From our hiding place, I could hear it give a frustrated growl as it gripped the man's wrist in both hands, tugging harder. When that didn't work, it bent over the dead man, wrapped its arms around its torso, and tried to lift it over its shoulder. Still, the body wouldn't budge, and in a horrifying display of problem-solving, the hunter dropped down, giving it a push to try and roll it in the right direction. Only that didn't work either. When all methods failed, the hunter lowered its face menacingly close to the bodies. It let out a defeatingly resentful howl, and in an uncontrolled display of embittered aggression, it slammed its fist against the dead man's chest. I heard Genevieve take in a deep breath, and when I looked over, she had her eyes closed, like she couldn't stand watching it anymore. As she let out the air, she aimed her rifle, and the moment she pulled the trigger, the hunter collapsed. I already had so many questions. Where do these hunters come from? Were they recently bit and it was a new breed? Or were ferals truly just getting smarter? But nobody at camp or at base could answer my questions, and now wasn't the right time to ask. By the time we reached the tent where the radio was, I'd counted 6 more dead hunters, for a total of 8. It was bad enough to be attacked by a group of normal ferals, but thinking about groups of hunters that were capable of devastation like this chilled me straight to the bone. At the entrance of the radio tent, Genevieve set a hand on the flap, and she froze. We had no idea what happened to Cap, but it was obvious she was preparing for the worst. Then she walked in. I went in right at her side, and while the beam of my light scanned over every inch of the tent to search for threats, Genevieve's light went straight to the floor, straight to him, and to the hunter he'd taken out right before he died. I expected Genevieve to react like she had when she found Madison, but it was nothing like that. Every breath she took was shallow and shaky. The focus of the lighted rifle in her hands was unsteady, but she wouldn't look away. After a few moments, she knelt and pulled the bill of Cap's hat down so that it would cover his eyes.
"Why'd you send them away?"
she whispered, only the smallest sniffle betraying her apparent calm. She didn't linger once she stood back up, and I barely caught the glimmer of tears in her eyes as she hurried out of the tent. "Genevieve," I called as I burst out after her, worried she'd run off to hide the emotion. I almost knocked her over because she'd stopped outside to wait for us. "Do you think there are survivors?"
"There has to be," she answered confidently. "We didn't see Casey or April."
"Okay," I started unsurely. "But where are they?" She stared into the dark for a few moments before looking at me.
"The motor pool."
She immediately began heading in that direction, Datsuk and Morgan following close behind us.
"Cap always said the strikers were our best defense against ferals. He would have put as many people as he could inside them."
Genevieve was leading the way in such a hurry that she was almost jogging, and when we finally made it across camp to the motor pool, she ran right up to a striker.
"Hey!"
she called loudly, knocking her palm against the heavy door and then reaching for the lever to open it.
"It's Genevieve!"
The large door dropped open, and when we shined our lights inside and illuminated a handful of people, a small wave of relief washed over me. They looked disoriented by our lights, and most of them were still terrified and reluctant to get out of the vehicle. With some coaxing, they made their way out into the night.
"Stay close,"
Genevieve told them, moving to the next vehicle. She called to the people inside again, and then opened it up. There were more people in this one, about 20 of them all crammed together in the safety of the striker. A couple were soldiers, most of them were petrified civilians. One of them was April, and when she came out, she had a concerned look on her face.
"Cap,"
she asked Genevieve. Genevieve heard, but she couldn't even look April in the eyes. She strode to the next vehicle without answering. "Cap," she asked again, turning to me. All I could do was shake my head, and in response, her chin dropped sadly. The heavy door of the next striker fell open, and I heard a familiar voice practically sigh Genevieve's name. A moment later, Casey came rushing out of the vehicle. Even though she wrapped her arms around Genevieve's neck in a relieved hug, Genevieve couldn't find the spirit to return it. Casey's eyes landed on me, and she immediately hurried over to give me a hug, too.
"Where's Blake?"
she asked, pulling away from the embrace to look me in the eye. "He's fine," I assured her. "He's watching over the base for us." She smiled with relief while her gaze wandered past me to April, who I could vaguely hear was asking people about their health.
"I should help,"
Casey mumbled gloomily, her moment of relieved joy now completely gone. Casey wandered off, so I strode over to Genevieve, who was helping the remaining people out of the last striker. "Ma'am," one of a few remaining soldiers prompted as he got out. I recognized him as Home Squad's leader, one who'd always had issue with me being around, and one who'd never needed to refer to Genevieve as ma'am, because they shared rank. "What should we do?"
"I don't know."
Genevieve glanced around at the people before looking back at him.
"Who did Cap leave in charge?"
"Well," the soldier began hesitantly. "You." Genevieve paled. Every ounce of blood drained from her face, and I could have sworn she'd stopped breathing. Her face was expressionless and ghostly white, completely blank as to what she was feeling. But it didn't matter that it wasn't obvious. I could see it. She was terrified and heartbroken and completely 100% done. She hadn't blinked or inhaled since receiving the news, until finally she swallowed with difficulty.
I,
she whispered, taking in an unsteady breath
I need a minute.
Before he or any of the soldiers who'd gathered around for instruction could say anything, Genevieve sprinted off. I knew she wasn't coming back. Shit. I had to go after her. But I couldn't just leave everyone out here without knowing what to do. And I didn't trust any of the other soldiers enough to make the call. So I looked straight at Home Squad's lieutenant. Have everyone put everything they want to take in the vehicles, personals, medical supplies, any food that's left, and crops. We'll need crops to plant. We're all leaving here first thing in the morning. Nobody goes anywhere alone. I'd already turned to start heading to where Genevieve had disappeared, until the LT grumbled, "I don't take orders from raiders." I froze with shocked fury, clenching my fist at my sides so I wouldn't turn around to deck him. It didn't matter one damn bit what he thought of me, but the fact that he was pulling this shit right now made me furious. "Are you kidding me?" I asked angrily, turning to face him. "Most of the people of this camp are dead, killed while you were holed up in the striker. We don't even know how many of those hunters are still out there. And you want to fucking argue about who's giving you orders?" He looked shocked that I'd snapped so easily, and I'd even say he was a little afraid, judging how he was leaning away from me. "You don't like me? Fine, but do not pull this petty bullshit when it's their lives you're gambling." I straightened out of my aggressive stance, saying with a little more composure, "Unless you have a better idea, get to work." It wasn't until I finished, panting for air because in my rant I'd hardly stopped to breathe, that I realized how truly mad I'd been. My eyes involuntarily wandered past the soldier to April, and I was relieved when she gave me an almost surprised nod of approval. The soldier stood there for a few silent moments, and then without saying anything else to me, he turned to begin giving instructions. I probably should have stuck around to help with the orders I gave, but I was more than worried about Genevieve. She'd gone off alone. And while I'd had my suspicions about where that was, and that it was safe, it felt as though being alone right now was the last thing that she needed. Before I could go find her, however, I had to go back to the radio tent, because I was almost positive she hadn't gone there to tell Blake that Casey was fine. I trudged all the way back to the other side of camp. We'd searched everywhere, and I was fairly certain there were no hunters around, but I kept my gun out just in case. When I reached the entrance of the tent, however, I couldn't go in. Death wasn't new to me. I'd been surrounded by it since the start of the outbreak, but this time seemed different. I don't know when it happened, or how, or why, but I cared. My eyes filled with unexpected tears as I stood there and thought about the fact that Cap was dead. The man who'd had mercy on me, and was the reason I was alive. That most of the civilians, the ones who'd smiled or scowled at me in passing, the ones I'd never even talked to, but that had become part of my home, they were dead too. And little Madison, the kid Genevieve so clearly loved, and who'd never looked at me like I was something to hate or fear. I didn't want to care. It hurt too much. Sniffling, I pressed the sleeve of my coat to my eyes to soak up the tears, and then I entered the tent. Don't look. I kept my eyes on the radio, but I could still see the bodies in my peripherals, so I shut my eyes tight after I'd turned it on and brought the microphone close to my lips. Hello? I didn't have the heart to try to be formal. It took a few seconds, but when Blake's voice came over the radio, Echo, where's Genevieve? Is Casey okay? Casey's fine. She's good. I took in a deep breath to suppress the emotion, but all it did was fill my nose with the scent of death. But everyone else, it's bad. I'm sorry, Blake. Cap's gone. There was a moment of silence, and even from hundreds of miles away, I could almost see that Blake was biting back tears. "Genevieve, where is she?" "I don't know," I whispered. "She ran off. I have to go find her." "Go." Blake's voice was full of concern. "Take care of her. Be strong for her." His request gave me what I needed to take one more deep breath and compose myself completely. "I will," I told him confidently. I switched off the radio and made my way outside, heading in the direction of our tent and hoping that's where she'd gone. It was completely dark inside when I got to it, so I kept my flashlight on and stepped in. Genevieve was lying on her cot, facing the door, so motionless and pale that she almost looked like one of the bodies. I'd expected her to be bawling, but there were no tears streaming down her face. She wasn't sniffling or blubbering. She was doing what she always did, donning an iron shield against anything that could hurt her, shutting herself off so that she couldn't feel a thing. "I talked to Blake," I told her, reaching for matches in my backpack to light the lantern. Before lighting it, I glanced over my shoulder, searching for a nod, or some form of acknowledgement. It didn't even seem like she'd heard me. I was wrong. She hadn't shut herself off from emotion. She was so deep in it, she couldn't see or hear anything else. I'd been there before. Catatonic. Outside she was empty, but inside she was losing it. I lit the lantern, dropped the matches back into the bag, and then strode over to her cot. I began to lower myself onto it without her even appearing to realize I was there. First my knees, then my backside. But the moment I propped myself on my elbow, about to lie down completely, her eyes whipped in my direction. She just stared right through me, almost like I wasn't even there. "Genevieve," I whispered, trying to get her full attention, trying to make sure she at least wasn't in shock. She never liked being vulnerable around me. I expected her to push me away, to get mad that I was acting too familiar, and to start yelling, especially because of her emotional state. But her name was like a cue, and at hearing it, she finally saw me. Her eyes filled first with recognition, and then with tears. A hand landed on my hip, while her bottom lip twitched, and I braced myself for the angry shove. Just when I expected to feel it, the tears spilled from her eyes, and at the same time the corners of her mouth dropped. She let out a ground-shaking sob. It was such a surprise that she didn't even try to hide it from me, and even more one when the hand on my hip moved around to my back, and her other slid beneath me as she scooted forward. Her arms curled around my waist. She gripped me to her while she buried her face against the top of my chest, and she broke down. "They're gone," she cried, and I could already feel the dampness spreading through my shirt. "Cap's gone." I recovered from the shock, relaxing into her hold, even though the tightness of it was stunting my breathing. "I know," I murmured soothingly, raising a hand to comfortingly set it on the back of her head. "You don't," she sobbed. "No." Her shoulders rocked, and she took in a series of blubbering breaths in order to speak again. "He's gone, and I lied to him about you, and he was so disappointed in me about Kellen." Her fingers clamped around the back of my shirt so that she could pull me even closer. "He was so disappointed, and I can never make it right. And what if I fail all these people?" "No," I breathed, running my fingers through her hair, while I nuzzled my cheek against the top of her head, trying my hardest to be comforting. This wasn't the Genevieve I knew. The Genevieve who came to my rescue with the confidence I'd always envied. the one who was my constant savior. It was my turn to be the foundation. It was my turn to be strong and impenetrable, even though seeing her like this was breaking my heart. He wasn't disappointed. He made you commander. He was so proud of you. And you can be amazing. At that, she sobbed once more, breaking in another staccato of breaths so fast it sounded painful. I can't! Against the skin of my chest, I felt her eyes shut tight, squeezing out a flow of fresh tears as she whimpered, Hayden, I can't! My heart stopped. And through the agonizing reminder, I finally couldn't keep my eyes from getting watery. But I had to hold it back. Strong, even if it meant letting her call me by that name. And penetratable, even if it meant being something excruciating. Okay, I whispered, brushing her hair back from her face, trying to think of what else to do or say. I couldn't tell her it was fine. Nothing was fine. I couldn't even tell her everything would be fine. I had no idea if it would. But her biggest fear was being alone. It's me, I murmured soothingly. I'm here. In response, her arm squeezed me even tighter, as though she had to assure herself of it. I'm here. My hand left her head as my arm fell over her shoulders to hold her, and I rubbed her back to keep reminding her of my presence. Her grip on me was so unrelenting, I didn't know how she was keeping it up. Every time I stopped, or if my hand even slowed its motion against her because I was growing tired, she clutched me harder to her, only relaxing just slightly when I resumed. Gradually, her grip weakened, along with her sobbing. But eventually, it was just the grip that ceased, so that her arm was only draped across my waist, while the other was beneath me. Even in her sleep, she cried. They were soft, heart-breaking whimpers that every time I heard one, caused me to pick up, rubbing her back again, even if I was halfway to sleeping myself. I held her for hours, unsure of if I'd ever completely drift off, until the next thing I knew, she was standing beside the cot in the pale gray of dawn, hand gently shaking me by the shoulder.
Echo,
she said softly.
Wake up.
It was such a surprise that I rolled, fully awake in the blink of an eye. My mind immediately began looking her over, assessing how she was, if she needed more comfort. She looked exhausted. There were heavy bags under her eyes, and they were still a little red from crying. Her cheeks were a bit rosy too, irritated by a night's exposure to salty tears. But when I appeared startled at being awoken, one corner of her mouth twitched with an amused smirk. She'd regained control of herself, and whether or not she was still breaking down on the inside, she'd managed to bottle it all up again.
Can I have this?
She asked, reaching for the pillow beneath my head, voice still quiet as though trying not to disturb me.
I'm packing.
I sat up, and she took the pillow to put it in the trunk on the floor. Do you need help? She looked around the tent thoughtfully, and then pointed to the cot.
The blanket.
I pulled it out from under me and gave it to her, standing while she folded it into the trunk. My arms lifted high above my head, stretching to try and work the tiredness from my body. While my hands were still in the air, Genevieve strode right up to me, and I froze with shock when she wrapped her arms around my waist and buried her face in my neck. It almost felt like I was still asleep and dreaming until I heard her voice say,
Thank you.
Assured that this was very real, even if I was still surprised, I lowered my arms, curling them around her shoulders to return the embrace.
For what you did last night.
I closed my eyes and set my cheek against her head, savoring this moment while it would last. I'll always be here for you.
I'm not just talking about that,
she said, pulling back to meet my gaze, but not disentangling herself from me.
April told me what you did. You took charge because I wasn't ready.
She loosened her arms, bringing them forward to set her hands on my hips.
You stepped up.
Her head tilted just enough for her to rest her forehead against mine, and it filled my stomach with a flurry of butterflies.
Thank you.
And she kissed me. This was what I wanted from her. This gentleness and sincerity. It was so overwhelming that I had to remind myself to breathe. My heart was fluttering wildly. I guess I care more than I wanted to, I admitted. She smiled, not looking the least bit surprised. But she didn't say anything. She just stood there, unmoving, looking so admiringly impressed by what I'd done. With a slow timidity, I brought my hands to her face, hoping that she wouldn't pull away like she usually did. You don't have to do this, you know. There were rare occasions that she'd been kind to me before, but this was a side of her I'd never seen. She even let my thumb stroke her cheek without so much as blinking. You can give command to someone else.
I do have to,
she disagreed, reaching up and taking one of my hands in her own to bring it down between us, but not to get me to stop touching her. It was so that she could play with my fingers, focusing on them instead of looking at me while she spoke. Probably so I wouldn't notice how watery her eyes got again.
These people trusted Cap, and he trusted me,
she sniffled, regaining control a few moments later, and looking me in the eyes once more while she blinked away the tears.
If I give it to someone else and they mess up, I'll feel like it was my fault anyway for giving it up.
She shrugged, running her fingertips down the length of my palm.
At least this way, I know I'm doing everything I can.
You take on obligations you don't need to, I told her gently. I didn't want her to take command. She had too much to worry about already. But even last night, I'd known deep down that she would take it, because her sense of duty had always been overwhelming. But whatever you need from me, whatever will help, it's yours. Her dark brown eyes met mine and seemed to widen with a new recognition. Clearing her throat, she released my hand, saying in an almost formal tone,
"Thank you."
She turned to walk away, to keep packing, but I reached for her wrist, desperate to know this wouldn't be the last time things would be like that between us. Genevieve.
No,
she interrupted kindly, turning back and pressing a soft finger to my mouth to stop me.
Please, just this once. Let the moment be what it was.
She adjusted her hand to run her thumb over my bottom lip.
That's what I need from you right now.
Almost as if she knew it's what I needed, she gave me one last gentle peck before severing all contact. Okay, I nodded with a half-hearted smile. I can do that. While she turned to continue packing, I glanced around the tent for anything of mine that I wanted to bring. I didn't have much. Everything I'd brought with me from the complex fit into my backpack. All that really was around were the blankets and pillows on my cot, and my eating utensils.
If you want,
Genevieve said, pulling the lantern down to store it in the trunk.
You can put anything of yours in here.
Thanks, I told her gratefully. I strode across the tent to my own cot and gathered the blanket off of it. Once it was folded, I made my way to Genevieve's trunk, glancing down into it to search for the most strategic spot to place the blanket. I could feel Genevieve's eyes on me as I bent over to set it down, and when I straightened up again, I met her unwavering gaze. "What?" I asked, feeling my cheeks tint at the hint of admiration still present in her glance. Her dark brown eyes scanned my face, and then moved to the trunk awkwardly.
"Nothing,"
she murmured fumblingly, motioning to the footlocker.
"I'm done, that's all."
Oh. I turned hastily to grab my dishes and toss them in, reluctant to make her impatient if I was taking too long. "Me too." She closed the lid and secured the latches. We both grabbed our backpacks, and when she reached down for a handle, I took the one on the opposite side. We lugged the heavy trunk all the way to the motor pool, shoving it up onto the nearly full bed of one of the cargo trucks. A couple of vehicles were filled with people's belongings. Others were carrying crops and medical supplies. Genevieve started, dropping her backpack onto the ground.
"Some of the civilians stayed up all night digging graves. I was gonna go."
She cleared her throat, breaking eye contact to push back emotion.
"Say goodbye."
"Do you want me to come?" I asked gently, worried about her breaking down like she had last night. She shook her head.
"Unless you really wanted to. I kind of wanted to do it alone."
I climbed up to sit on the edge of the truck bed. "I'll wait here." While she strode away, I watched civilians and soldiers continue to load things into the vehicles. You'd think for living in a world like this one, that people wouldn't hoard as much as we used to. But everyone had so many things: blankets, bags of clothes, fold-up chairs, and sentimental stuff like photo albums. Sometimes I thought about going back to Rochester and taking something sentimental from my old house. Aside from the fact that I didn't know if I could stand being back, it was so long ago that I couldn't even think of anything I'd want to gather. It was taking a bit of time for Genevieve to return, so I pulled my backpack around to grab a cigarette, and then threw it back over my shoulders. I just lit it up when I saw her trudging back. She made her way to me, and with a sigh, turned to lean back against the truck bed. But she did it close to me, so close that even though she was leaning against the truck, she was tilting sideways against a leg I had dangling over the edge. I watched her for a minute, studying her mood and prepared to offer any comfort she might need. But I couldn't get an accurate read. "You okay?" Her shoulder rose and fell against my thigh.
"I will be."
I threw my arm straight out over her shoulder, sticking the lit cigarette in front of her to offer it. She took it, inhaled a breath of smoke, and then passed it back to me. We lingered in silence for a few minutes, and it wasn't just us. The whole camp was quiet, even though people were moving around. During that short period, Genevieve let out a series of heavy sighs.
"Echo?"
She prompted eventually, letting out yet another. I hummed that I was listening. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring straight ahead instead of looking over her shoulder at me.
"I'm sorry about what I said yesterday. About Kellen."
I felt a reminiscent pang in my chest, but at the same time, it felt good to hear her actually admit feeling bad for something.
"I know that's not why you did it, and I didn't mean it at all."
I felt her shrug against me again.
I'm sorry."
I didn't know what was prompting the sincerity, but I wasn't about to ignore or deny it. "It's okay. I know you were just saying it to get me off your back. I mean, it still hurt, but it's okay." In response to that, She raised one hand to massage her fingers over her eyes. Though I couldn't tell from where I was sitting if she was getting teary or if it was just the stress. "Do you want to explain?" I asked, passively. "Or do you still want me to let it go?" She gave another of those deep sighs.
"If I'm honest with you right now,"
she began to ask, still refusing to make eye contact with me.
"will you promise not to ask questions?"
I murmured an affirmation.
"All I can tell you is that you have a way of getting past the walls I built to keep myself safe. And it's painful. And when you push, it terrifies me."
I'd expected some obscure excuse like she usually gave. But that was so much more than I'd expected her to say. Even though it made me have a million more questions, I promised not to ask any about it. So I kept my mouth shut. When I failed to respond, she finally glanced back at me, searching for a reply. "I don't know what you want me to say, if I'm not allowed to ask questions," I told her, and she shrugged once more unsuredly. "Actually, can I ask you one thing? It's not about yesterday, but if you don't want to answer, I won't press." Hesitantly, she nodded. "Does last night scare you?" She stared at the snowy ground thoughtfully before meeting my gaze, and I could tell that she knew I didn't mean the hunters or Cap, but that she'd let me take care of her. She'd let me see her completely vulnerable.
"No."
She sounded so confident, and she looked so decided. And she'd been leaning against me since she got back, like for once it was so casual to be close. I believed it. Before I could say anything, a soldier strode around the side of the vehicle. "Captain," he addressed Genevieve, and took in a breath to continue speaking.
"Don't,"
Genevieve interrupted, and she inhaled deep to force back the emotion.
"Don't ever call me Captain."
"Sorry, ma'am." He apologized hastily. "Habit." She stayed silent to let him speak. "I think we're ready."
"Good."
Genevieve nodded her satisfaction.
"Get everyone in the vehicles."
While the soldier hurried away to get everyone in the vehicle, she looked at me, giving an almost spiritless smile.
"Let's go home."
Chapter 39. Pack your things. Dugan. My eyes were closed, but I could still picture the ceiling above me perfectly. Every speck of that popcorn coating was buried in the back of my eyelids. All night, all day long, I'd been staring at it. Staring until my eyes stung. Staring until they filled with tears that I thought I didn't have anymore. Staring until I hated every last one of those goddamn popcorn specks. The only relief was opening my eyes again and finding the sun had gone down once more, because in the dark all the specks blurred together. Blurred into one mass of indistinguishable anything. Empty, like my stare. Like every sob from Trish in the hallway, crying and crying until my ears were sore. Empty, like the bedroom and the bed my dead daughter was lying on. I didn't want to be here anymore, and now that it was dark again, we could at least leave this haunted place. The spring of the small bed beneath me creaked with protest when I sat up, dropping my feet over the side. It took a tremendous effort to stand, to find the spirit and the will and the strength. The only reason it was possible was because of that intense desire to be anywhere but here. It had been hours since I'd heard a sound from Trish, But when I opened the door of the second bedroom in this empty house, she was sitting in the same spot, glued to the first step of the stairs at the end of the hall. I stopped at her side, unsure of whether or not she'd even look at me. She hadn't looked at me when I moved into that second bedroom. Now her gaze never left the blank spot on the wall across from her. I trudged down the stairs, stopping once more at the bottom. "Trish," I croaked, my voice hoarse from a day of silence. I swallowed, hoping that would help, because I didn't dare disturb the stillness by clearing my throat. "We have to go." Her soggy red eyes fell on me and lingered, hollow, and then moved to the closed door at the opposite end of the hall. When they went again to the wall across from her, and she still hadn't acknowledged even hearing me, I walked away. I lumbered to the front door of the house, my focus locked on the handle. I watched it, wondering if I'd ever be able to open it. Wondering if this wasn't some nightmare, and leaving would only take us right back through that window to a blood-stained bed. I watched it until Trish finally came down, her backpack in place, ready to leave. I opened the door, and as we stepped out into the dark night, I felt a heartbroken pang at what we were leaving behind. And we walked. We walked in silence, Trish staying 4 paces behind me with every step. The time I had to think, I thought maybe she was mad at herself, replaying what she'd done over and over again in her head, just like I'd have been replaying "I love you, Daddy" over and over again in my chest, and in my head weren't so desolately void. Other times I thought maybe she was mad at me, because I should have been the one to do it. But instead of being strong enough, I made her do it. We walked 1 foot in front of the other, a motion completed for no other reason than it was the only thing to do. Down street after street, and down to the center of each street, all but concerned about being seen. It wasn't until there were ferals growling from nearby alley that I finally felt something. A spark of instinctual fear, of terror for the only person I had left. At hearing it, I made to duck behind a nearby car, but Trish just kept going. She didn't hear it, or she didn't care. I grabbed her by the shoulder of her jacket and dragged her behind the vehicle to hide. While I crouched, I peeked over the hood and watched the alley. Trish dropped down.
"Dugan,"
she whispered, leaning her back against the side of the car.
"I'm tired."
I fell back at her side, letting out a deep sigh. I knew what she meant, what she was feeling. It wasn't fatigue. It was a depressed lack of motivation. "We'll start looking for a place to stop." We sat there for a minute, waiting to gather the desire to even get up. During our pause, I could hear the whisper of voices coming from across the street. "Is it down there?" murmured a deep voice. "I see it," another responded. "It's sleeping. Get it." They were talking about the feral I'd heard growl in the alley. "You get it," the first one said. "No, you," the second argued.
"I'll get it,"
grumbled the female voice. Everything fell quiet, and Trish leaned over to look under the car at the side of the street.
"People,"
she said, sitting back up.
"Maybe they have somewhere to rest."
I shook my head. They could be dangerous. I pushed up enough to peer over the hood again and watched the third man come around the corner to meet the other 2. "Where's Rachel?" he asked them.
"Doing the bitch work,"
the female said, coming back out of the alley wielding a machete. The third man, visibly older than all 3, smacked one of the others on the back of the head. "Making your sister do it?" Then he turned to Rachel. "Watch your mouth." Before I could even duck back down, I saw Trish rise and begin making her way around the car. "Trish," I whispered in protest. She kept going, so I darted out of my spot to follow her. One of the young men noticed us, and he tapped the other young man and pointed. The small group turned, each of them raising some sort of weapon. I pulled the dive knife out of the sheath around my forearm, even though I knew it'd be useless against the 2 guns they had. "Hold on there," the oldest man said, stopping Trish 10 feet from them. Trish held her hands out to show them that she was unarmed, but I gripped the handle of the knife tighter, stopping at her side. The older man squinted at us through the dark, taking us in. The longer he studied Trish, the more his gaze softened. "Is this man trying to hurt you?" he asked her, motioning toward me with the barrel of his gun.
"He's my..."
Trish began, choking on some emotion before finishing in a whisper.
"Husband."
He lowered his gun halfway, the other 3 following his lead. "You folks all right?" Trish glanced sideways in my direction, her eyes filling with tears.
"We just lost our daughter,"
she murmured, sniffling.
"We're looking for somewhere..."
Her hands came up to wipe at her face.
"To recover."
The group lowered their weapons completely, and the oldest man's mouth sunk with a sympathetic frown. "I'm Buck," he said softly, and then pointed at his companions. "My kids, Riley, Danny, Rachel." "Patricia."
"Patricia,"
my wife replied. Since these people weren't threatening, I put my knife back against my forearm. "I'm Dugan." "We have others camped out nearby," Buck told us. "My boys can take you." Trish nodded instantly, but I asked, "Is it safe?" Buck nodded. "Has been so far." Riley and Danny took a few steps down the road, motioning for us to follow, but I wasn't prepared for this. It seemed rash to follow strangers, no matter how nice they seemed. As Trish began to take her first step, I put my hand on her arm, whispering to her, "Shouldn't we talk about this? Or at least think about it a little bit more?" She looked at me only briefly before dropping her gaze back to the cement beneath her feet. There wasn't a word or response, and she started after the young men without another form of acknowledgement. We followed them a couple of blocks to a nearby neighborhood with large, spread-out houses. They led us into one of those houses, through the dark halls to a big courtyard set into a hill behind the home. There were people there. 4 others, 2 women, a man, and a teenage boy. They were all sitting around a small, open fireplace, hidden from the outside world because of its location at the rear of the home. "There's a panic room," Riley said, pointing at the side door into the house, "just in case." He introduced us to the other 4 people, and Trish and I greeted them with as much forced enthusiasm as we can muster. Then after he told the others, in a polite way, not to bother us, he and Danny left us with our new acquaintances, to meet back up with their father and sister. The small group was chatting quietly while Trish and I joined them. I sat down in the spare lounge chair, watching as Patricia wandered to the other side of the fire, taking another. The large seat I was in could have fit both of us, but she dropped down into a chair opposite me, more distant now than she had been the last few weeks combined. I couldn't help studying her with concern, taking in the way that she stared at the fire, her eyes filling with water every couple of minutes, no matter how often she blinked them away. Sometimes, between those battles against tears, she'd look only halfway past the fire at me, never quite meeting my gaze. Then she'd look back down. After a while, sitting there, wondering what she was thinking or what she saw in the flames, I started to miss her. I wanted her back so we could get through this together. The next time I saw her eyes moisten, I strode over and sat at her side. "You okay?" I murmured, wrapping one arm around her waist. I knew she wasn't okay, and neither was I, but I was hoping it would get her to open up. Instead of answering, she maneuvered out of my arm and stood, lumbering a few feet away to absent-mindedly study a decoration hanging on the pillar in the courtyard. I followed, desperate for some kind of comfort, even if it was just letting me hug her, but when I got to her side, she made to walk away again. "Baby, please," I begged, moving into her path. "You have to talk to me."
"I can't even look at you, Dugan,"
she whimpered loudly, and at the volume of her voice, the four around the fire turned to look at us.
"I'm sorry,"
she apologized to them, her face contorting with agony. "I'm sorry." "It should have been me," I told her quietly. "I know. I should have done it." A large drop slid down her cheek.
"It shouldn't have happened at all."
She raised her hands to her head, taking a deep breath to keep from yelling with emotion.
"You took your eyes off of her."
"For a second," I breathed, feeling the hole in my chest fill with ice. She wasn't mad at me because I couldn't do it. She blamed me for it happening in the first place.
"A second too long."
Trish sniffled, wiping her hand beneath her nose.
"She was more important," she cried. "And you stopped watching her."
"I thought she was safe." My eyes blurred with tears. "I thought you'd be killed." Her voice cracked halfway through when she muttered,
"Better me than her."
"Please don't say that." This was cruel of her. We both knew it. But it didn't look like she could hold back any longer.
"I had to kill our daughter, Dugan."
Trish took in a quivering breath, which she let out again in a tortured mew. I felt an echo of agony in my own heart when she raised a hand to clutch at her chest, and as she ambled away again, she finished with a wounding firmness.
"Because you weren't watching her."
A distressing sound caused my eyes to crack open in the pure light of dawn. Kara was asleep less than a foot away, and the sound was coming from her. She was having a nightmare, or just a restless sleep. Every couple of seconds she'd twitch, and a recognizable, terrified cry would escape her lips. She was shivering, too. Being curled up in a tight ball wasn't enough to keep her warm since our fire had died down. I hadn't moved from my spot against the tree, but Kara had been up all night to keep watch, and I didn't want to wake her yet. Using a second spear that she'd crafted for me as a cane, I struggled onto my feet. By the time I was standing, I was already out of breath, and that consistent pain in my chest still remained. While I stood there for a minute, recovering from that small excursion, I lifted my shirt up to my chest, looking down. I took as deep a breath as I could, checking for any signs that a rib was sticking where it shouldn't be. Aside from the dark, massive bruising, however, my chest and sides appeared the proper shape. Everything wrong was beneath the surface. A collapsed lung felt undeniable. Internal bleeding seemed like a possibility. There was no way to know for sure, and I had no idea if it was fatal. It didn't seem like I'd ever completely catch my breath, so after a couple of minutes, I gave up trying. I carried my spear around our site, checking the nearby area for branches to use as firewood. Even if bending down to collect the pieces was excruciating, I was reluctant to kick them toward the fire because the noise would wake Kara. With the spear secured in the dirt, I gripped it tight and I used it to lower myself to the ground, kneeling instead of bending. Once I'd grabbed the branch, I pushed myself back up, stumbled over to drop it near the fire, and then went to get another. I repeated the process at least a dozen times, and by my last trip back to the pit, my heart was racing. I paused again to catch my breath, taking in fast and shallow gulps of air because every mouthful felt lost all along the way.
Dugan?
Kara mumbled, sitting up and rubbing her tired eyes. When they found me, they widened with worry, and she hurried to her feet.
What are you doing?
She demanded.
You should be resting.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't grateful that she came over to help me down, because I'd begun to feel lightheaded. The fire's out, I told her, dropping onto the forest floor. I didn't want you to be cold.
I'll be fine.
She broke the thick branches into smaller lengths, and after gathering a handful of tinder, she restarted the fire with the still glowing embers.
You need to worry more about yourself.
She sounded a little grumpy, and she looked so exhausted it was like she didn't get a wink of sleep all night. You're more important, I said softly, trying to get her into a calmer mood. It wasn't just the lack of sleep. It was the emotions so overwhelming she likely didn't know what to do with them.
Then do it for me,
she pleaded, meeting my eyes for only a second before busying herself with throwing more twigs and leaves into the growing flame.
I need you.
Guilt caused my gaze to wander away, and after a few moments I gave her an understanding nod. We sat in silence for a while, both of us staring at the fire. Kara was tired. I was already fatigued from moving around even a little bit. And when I heard her stomach rumble loudly, it called attention to my own empty gut. Kara had managed to spot a small pond, which she harvested water from, with an old tin can she found in the woods. But it had been more than 2 days since we'd eaten. The only reason I could see that I hadn't been thinking too much about it was because the pain in my chest trumped the burning in my stomach. We can't stay here, I mused. Though I'd spoken quietly, I knew Kara heard me because her glance flickered in my direction. We have to move on. Her tongue ran over the split of her bottom lip, causing her to wince at the tenderness of it.
You need to get better first.
Upon finishing her statement, she raised her hand to feel around the bruises of her face. It wasn't just me, who she thought needed to get better. She was in pain too. Beaten, exhausted, heartbroken, and no doubt sore from sleeping on the frosty ground. It's still cold out, I argued. Almost freezing at night. We need shelter, and neither of us is going to get better unless we find something to eat.
Okay,
she said flatly.
How are we going to get anywhere? You can barely breathe.
She held up the pointed stick in her hands.
All we have is these stupid spears. Probably couldn't stab Jello. What if we see ferals?
We'll take it slow. Try to keep out of sight, I offered with an unsure shrug. All I really know is that if we stay here, we'll starve. If it rains, we'll freeze. Out here, we're dead no matter what. She let out a deep breath and pulled her knees up to wrap her arms around them. For the next few minutes, she stared into the fire, thinking.
What if we could find a car or something?
She asked, looking up at me with a spark of life.
We could stay on back roads. You wouldn't have to walk. It would get us to Pittsburgh faster.
I nodded side to side while I let the idea sink in. It was a better option than waiting around here until I was feeling better enough to walk. Part of that was because I didn't know if we'd be getting better anyway, though I wouldn't tell Kara that. Vehicles weren't easy to hide. We couldn't just get off the road if someone was coming, like we could if we were on foot. But it was better than walking. and maybe getting to the base near Pittsburgh as fast as possible was the only way to guarantee that we'd both be okay. We could try to make it work, I agreed, my head tilted upward, squinting into the beams of sunlight filtering through the trees. It was still early morning, but even though ferals were active during the day, I was fairly certain Jed and his crew had killed any that were near enough to hear the gunfire. We should go now.
Now?
Kara repeated, eyes widening with surprise.
Are you sure?
Yup. I eased myself onto my feet, and once I was standing, I kicked some debris into the fire to put it out. Kara stood, for the first time in 2 days, looking like she had something to be happy about.
Can I drive?
I chuckled, following behind her at my own slow pace. Do you know how?
Yeah?
She hesitated.
Maybe.
She looked back at me, slowing down to walk at my side while she admitted with a sheepish smile.
No. I've seen how, but I never practiced.
Already I was feeling out of breath, so I panted a brief, "Sure," and then focused on putting one foot in front of the other. Eventually, we got to the edge of the woods, and a few more steps put us on the road where everything had spiraled out of control. Feral bodies littered the street. Jed hadn't bothered to burn these ones, and they already smelled toxic and decaying. Then there was one body that stood out, the only one with any clothing on, blood-stained and face down. The moment I caught sight of it, I put an arm around Kara's shoulders, holding up my hand to block her line of vision. "Don't look, okay?" She nodded her ambitious consent, and let me guide her down the street to where we couldn't see any evidence of death anymore. There were still a couple of vehicles parked around the mobile homes. Most of them were trucks, others vans, a few cars. All of them were faded from years of exposure to the sun, and almost every tire was severely cracked or flat from the elements. The only ones that looked even remotely drivable were the couple of trucks and SUVs with massive mud tires too thick to be worn down yet. I plopped myself down on the edge of an elevated porch and motioned toward the community. Take your pick. Kara's lips thinned with concentration, and she strode away from me to look down an adjacent street. She lumbered around for a couple of minutes before she gasped so loud I could hear it even from my spot 50 yards away.
"Dugan, come look!"
she called. It took me a minute to reach her, but when I did, she pointed to a massive vehicle parked beside one of the mobile homes. It was an elegant camper, easily 30 feet, and no doubt with comfortable beds on the inside. I laughed, and it was with reluctance that I told her, "It's way too big." She let out an exaggerated, disappointed sigh. "Sorry." She clicked her tongue at me as she continued looking, heading behind this row of homes to the one behind it.
"What about this?"
I heard her ask. This time when I got to her, I nodded instantly. It was still large, but the dark blue Hummer would be worlds more maneuverable than an RV. Much better, if we can find the keys. We made our way to the front door of the mobile home it was parked in front of. Makeshift spears held at the ready. I rapped my knuckles against the door, listening closely in case Jed had missed any feral. There were no signs from the inside, but when I twisted the handle, I found it was locked. "Window," I told Kara, motioning toward the window near the door. Kara used the blunt end of her spear to smash the glass, and as she let her hands on the pane to climb through, I glanced inside. "Be careful." Kara dropped down on the other side of the house, while I went back to the front door. She got there at the same time I did, and unlocked it from the inside so that I could come in. Before even checking around for the keys to the car, Kara walked straight into the kitchen.
"Please have food,"
she murmured, opening one of the cupboards. Finding it empty, she blew a raspberry with her tongue and moved on to the next one. This time she jumped with joy when she opened it and pulled out the only 2 cans of beef ravioli. She threw them down on the counter and rushed through the various drawers until she found a can opener and a couple of spoons.
"Breakfast!"
she groaned happily, patting the kitchen table for me to come and sit down. I did, and watched with anticipation when the steel teeth of the can opener gripped the top of the first can. Every twist caused my stomach to cramp just a little more, for a while distracting me from the enduring pain in my chest. When it was finally open, Kara bent the lid back, and I smiled gratefully when she put the first open can down in front of me. Despite the eager impatience to fill my empty stomach, I waited until Kara opened the second can and sat down with her spoon, and then we both began to devour it. The food was gone in a matter of minutes, so fast I couldn't even be sure what it tasted like, and I wished there was more, especially because we didn't know yet where our next meal was coming from. "Maybe we should search some of the other houses," I suggested, longingly, spinning the empty tin with my fingertips. Kara scraped the inside with her spoon to gather every last bit of sauce, while shrugging nonchalantly.
"Okay. Maybe you should wait here or something."
"I can't let you go alone," I said, watching her stick the utensil into her mouth. "We're a team, remember?" She pushed herself to lean over the table, getting a better view into the empty can. Knowing she wanted the sauce in mine, too, I pushed it over to her.
"Yeah, we're a team,"
she agreed. Her spoon clicked against the metal on the inside.
"And I can take one for the team and do it myself so that you can rest."
She licked the spoon clean and then used it to motion to her bruised face.
"I've taken worse."
After losing Namiko and Wolf, I was reluctant to let Kara out of my sight. Still, I sighed with defeat, knowing that with how slow my progress was, it would take us all day to search the homes. But sitting here bored would drive me crazy while Kara was out there alone. "All right, I'll do the mobile homes in this row, while you do the rest."
"Deal,"
she agreed with a nod. I pushed myself out of my seat. "Let's see if we could find those keys." We began our search in the main living space, opening drawers and checking the walls for key racks. We looked in a closet in the living room, and while the keys weren't there were 2 backpacks that we could use to gather supplies. Eventually, while I went to check the bathroom, Kara wandered into the bedroom. I opened the mirror cabinet in the bathroom, and even though it wasn't what I was looking for, I instantly reached for the bottle of painkillers on one of the shelves. I popped 2 into my mouth, swallowing dryly, and then dropped the bottle into my backpack.
"Think I found them,"
Kara called, a moment later jumping into the entranceway of the bathroom, excitedly holding up a pair of keys. I held out my hand for them, praising, "Nice work." As I put them into my pocket, we wandered back out to the front door to begin our search of supplies. "If you get into any trouble, you come running back yelling for me. Understand?"
"Got it,"
she said. When we left the house, we went different directions, and I trudged to the mobile home next door with my wooden spear in hand. The door of this one was locked too, so I winced against the ache when I rammed the end of my spear into the window, shattering the glass out of it. Then I grabbed the welcome mat in front of the door, setting it over the window pane, so I wouldn't get poked by any remaining shards when I sat down on it and climbed over. The place was a mess. Trash littered the floor, piled up nearest the garbage can in the kitchen, then gradually spreading out, as though people had been here for weeks or months without leaving or taking out the trash. It smelled of must and dust and death. The curtains were drawn, and the only light was the gleam from the window I'd just broken it through. I searched the kitchen, but I wasn't surprised when there wasn't a single bit of food. Next, I moved to the bathroom, searching the drawers and cabinets for anything useful. There was a bar of soap and an unopened orange toothbrush, which for some reason seemed like the perfect color for Kara. I put the items into my backpack, deciding to hold the bag in my hand for now, because every time I stretched to put it back on my shoulders, it caused a nagging pain in my ribs. When I opened the door to the bedroom, I figured out why the house was in the shape it was, and why there was still the stench of death. There were 2 bodies in the bed, dead, so long now that they were little more than skeletons. But the smell lingered. They must have lived off of the supplies that they had here for as long as they could, but when they ran out, they chose to end things instead of going on to look for more. That's when I noticed the pistol, dropped from the hand onto the floor beside the bed. I hurried over, lowering myself onto my knees to grab it. It was a long-barrel revolver, and when I had it in my hands, I ejected the cylinder to check the ammunition. 1 single lonely bullet remained in the chambers. I searched the nearby drawers and closet for additional ammunition, but this was it. While it wasn't enough to make me feel a whole lot better, it was something, and we'd have to use it wisely. All of the supplies at this house had been used up, so I moved on to the next. My progress was slow. A simple walk between mobile homes sent my heart racing, and every step had me struggling for air. It took me so long just to maneuver between places that I was sure that Kara had done at least a handful by the time I reached the second one. There were a couple of cans of chicken broth in the cupboards of this place, along with a few bottles of water and an unopened bag of minute rice. A day ago, I'd thought just maybe Kara and I were done for, but every item gave me hope that we might make it to Pittsburgh before we starved. When I got back out of this home, I noticed the shed on the side, and when I trudged over, I found it was for the large garden out back. It was unlocked, so I opened it with caution, just in case there were any surprises on the inside. There were no ferals, but there was a multitude of gardening tools, and one in particular caught my eye. A digging fork, with a long wooden shaft and 3 sharp, sturdy prongs at the end of it. It was certainly more durable than my spear, so I traded out my weapons, grabbing a medium-sized shovel that I thought Kara might like better than her spear too. I was just about to head back out when I thought I heard my name. I left the shed, hearing Kara's voice louder this time. "Dugan!" I scurried around the house as fast as I could to where it sounded like her voice had come from. She was sprinting toward me down the street, 3 ferals hot on her trail. My backpack and the spare shovel dropped to the ground, and I gripped the fork firm in both hands. Kara was getting closer, but I knew I wouldn't have the core strength to make a deadly stab at any of the ferals if I went to them, so I leaned back against the house, setting the edge of the shaft against the wall to wait, preparing to use a feral's momentum as my stabbing power. "Grab the shovel!" I shouted at Kara, pointing with my free hand. She ran, and the moment she reached the tool, she dropped her spear, grabbed the shovel, and came up with a twist, smacking the spade against the side of the first feral's head. The other 2 had focused on me when I shouted, and when the first one continued past Kara to come at me, I adjusted the angle of my digging fork. The feral did all the work for me, impaling itself on the prongs when it lunged at me, but I hadn't thought far enough ahead. The second one was about to make a grab at me, and I didn't have the strength to pull the fork out of the first feral fast enough to stab at the second. At the last second, I dodged to the side, the creature smashing into the wall of the home with a massive thud. I ignored the stabbing in my ribs while I tried to yank my weapon out of the dead feral. I pulled and pulled as my eyes searched for Kara, who was bringing her shovel down on her opponent a second time. Finally, right as the feral turned with a furious snarl, my weapon came free. I lunged forward at the same time it did, driving the prong straight through its chest. The force of my strike took muscles in my sides and back, causing a searing ripple through my chest. The exertion and the struggle to control the pain had me gasping for air, but I was only getting a fraction of the amount I needed. It was only a matter of seconds before I felt weak, and I fell to my knees, dropping forward on my hands and holding my head down to keep from passing out.
Dugan,
Kara muttered, kneeling down at my side.
I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
I nodded, motioning one hand toward her to let her know that I just needed a minute to recover. Are you? I wheezed, taking in another shallow breath. All right.
Yeah.
She set her shovel on the ground and sat back, kicking her feet out. She was panting for air too, but it was because she'd been running so hard.
Those shits came out of nowhere.
I laughed, wincing at the pain it caused, the lightheadedness soon subsiding enough for me to straighten up, and a minute later I was able to stand. I think it's time that we get the hell out of here.
No kidding,
she said sarcastically. For the first time since we reunited, her eyes fell to the weapon half sticking out of the waistband of my jeans.
Is that a gun?
Found it in a house. I pulled it out and handed it to her so that she could look at it. I only got one bullet, though. It was a .44, too. The first time I'd seen a gun of this caliber in the whole span since the outbreak. I doubted after all these years we'd be likely to find much more ammunition for it. She handed it back with a somewhat pleased look on her face, and we traveled back to the Hummer. When we got to it, I gave Kara the keys, letting her jump into the driver's seat to fire it up. She gave the ignition a turn, but to our disappointment, there wasn't a peep from the engine. She turned it again, and this time it sounded like there was one small click before it went quiet again. Run over to the other side and undo the latch, I told her, pointing to the clip keeping the hood closed on the driver's side of the vehicle. After we'd undone them, I lifted open the hood and leaned over to peek in. Kara was too short to see over it, so she climbed up on the front tire and then sat at the edge of the frame. I took in the condition of the Hummer's inside. It was in pretty good shape upon first glance, but when I scanned the battery, I could see the terminals were corroded, and no doubt it had lost all charge long ago. We have to find a way to jumpstart this, I mused, and I was going to have to find a way to get that corrosion off so that we could charge it right in the first place. You see a steel pad in the kitchen anywhere? Kara hummed thoughtfully.
Maybe?
She jumped down to hurry away.
Let me check.
While she jogged into the home, I considered how we could jumpstart the battery. If it was dead, I doubted we'd find a live one in any of the other vehicles around here. There was no electricity to any of the houses, and even though I knew a little something about cars, I wouldn't have the slightest clue how to circuit normal batteries into a charge. Kara came back out shaking her head, but continued past me to check in the next house. If only one of these places had a gas generator, I could definitely get a decent charge that way. At that thought, my head perked up, and my gaze swiveled toward the home with the RV on the side. Campers had gas-run generators.
Found one,
Kara exclaimed when she came out of the second home, holding a steel dish scrubber over her head. When she delivered it to me, I began to scrub all the corrosion off of the battery terminals. Here's what we're gonna have to do, I explained while I worked. We gotta push this baby over to that camper. And by us, I mean mostly you. Kara laughed, shaking her head amusedly. Hopefully the generator in the camper still has gas in it. If it fires up, I think we could use it to jumpstart this battery.
Okay,
Kara said enthusiastically. You ever siphoned fuel before? Her eyebrows furrowed.
What's that?
I'll show you if this battery still works. I finished cleaning the battery terminals and motioned for Kara to go back into the car. Shift the gear to N. After she'd put the Hummer in neutral, she followed me to the front of it. She put her hands against the grill while I leaned my back on it. Together we pushed. Every step caused shooting pain, but I just kept reminding myself that it wouldn't last. Before long, we'd gotten it out of the small driveway. Kara moved around to the back of the vehicle, and I went to the driver's side, pushing against the door as much as I could while guarding the steering wheel. Kara was so small, and I was so useless in my injured state that it felt like it took forever to get to the camper. By the time we did, I desperately needed a break, so I moved around to the front again to sit down on the bumper.
"What can I do?"
Kara asked. I panted, tossing my thumb toward the back of the car. Checked the trunk for jumper cables. She hurried off, coming back a minute later with a small black box in her hands.
"This it?"
She opened it to show me the contents, and I nodded.
"What now?"
"You're gonna have to start this generator with a hand crank," I told her, pushing myself off of the bumper and leading her to the generator, mounted to the exterior of the RV. "It's tough. You gotta pull so hard and fast as you can." Kara nodded, and eager to get the car working, she immediately reached for the crank handle. Gripping tight, she pulled, laughing with disbelief when it didn't even sound like anything happened. The second time she pulled, she turned her torso, getting more distance and speed, and managing a little choke from the generator. "You got it," I said encouragingly. She repeated the motion, getting a small rumble before it sputtered out. "You can do it." Kara pulled again and again, exerting more energy every time as her frustration grew. Finally, the sixth time she yanked harder than ever, and the generator gurgled to life. We both let out happy laughs. "Good job, kid," I grinned, giving her a congratulatory pat on the back. I took the jumper cables from the box and connected them between the generator and the car battery. After waiting a few minutes to let the charge build, I motioned for Kara to jump in. "Give the key a twist." She turned the key in the ignition, and I felt a small wave of relief when the engine at least started to click. I motioned for her to wait, and a minute later gave her the go-ahead. She turned the key again, and the engine groaned with protest while she held it there. After a few seconds, I motioned for her to stop, and we waited once more. "Give it another go," I called eventually. Kara twisted the key. At first it just seemed like the engine would put out the electrical whir without starting. But after a couple of seconds of the labored sound, the Hummer revved to life. My mouth widened with a massive grin while Kara jumped out.
"Woo!"
she screamed ecstatically, throwing a triumphant fist into the air. I held out my hand, and she slapped her own against it for a high five. Once I pulled the jumper cables off, I shut the hood, and before Kara and I both got into the cab, I grabbed a small, empty gas can that was sitting near the RV. From the passenger seat, I leaned over to check how much fuel was in the tank. The meter only read a quarter full. "You know which pedal's gas, and which one's the brake?" I asked Kara, to which she nodded. I pointed to a car parked in the driveway of a nearby home. "Take us to that car there. Pull up right next to it, slowly." Kara adjusted the seat so that she could reach the pedals, and when she backed away from the RV and started forward again, toward the other car, I couldn't help but chuckle. "You're natural." She smiled thankfully and stopped the Hummer beside the car. We both got out, and she followed me to the yard of the home, where there was a garden hose sitting on the small front lawn. "I need to shorten this," I mumbled, picking up the hose.
"Here,"
Kara said, reaching into her pocket and producing a foldable knife.
"Found it in one of the homes."
I smiled gratefully and used the knife to cut the length of the hose, and then carried it back to the vehicles. After I'd opened the tank door of the car, I shoved one end of the hose into the tank, and then I grabbed the gas can and set it down close by. "This is siphoning gas," I told her. She watched as I stuck the free end of the hose into my mouth, I sucked until the fuel started flowing, and then put the end into the can so that it would catch the steady stream. When I spit some of the fluid out of my mouth, Kara's face twisted with disgust.
"That's nasty,"
she mumbled. "It works," I chuckled. We waited for the can to fill, and then I motioned to it and asked Kara, "Can you lift it?" She grabbed the handle, grunting as she pulled it off the ground.
"Barely."
I hurried to open the tank door of the Hummer and remove the tank so that she could dump the gasoline into the tank. After we filled our vehicle, we went to another car to top off the spare can. Kara was excited to drive, and once we were ready, I settled into the passenger seat, reclining it comfortably to let her take us away from this place. With our new backpacks, the little food we'd found, and our makeshift weapons, we were almost as well prepared as we had been before being attacked. And now that we had our vehicle, we were on the road again.
Chapter 40. Now She's Gone. Genevieve. After a long, tensely silent drive in one of the strikers in our caravan, we were finally nearing the gates of the base. Even though we were the only two passengers in the vehicle, and there was an empty bench across from us, Echo was asleep at my side, legs stretched out comfortably over the seat. Her backpack was on the spot beside me, her head resting comfortably on top of that. While it was dark inside the vehicle, she laid her black beanie across her eyes to block out the remaining light, and her arms were folded across her chest to keep herself warm. I'd kept her up most of the night. In the last few hours she'd been catching some well-earned shut-eye. Even now I was reluctant to wake her, but I glanced ahead near the driver, at the screen to see where we were. The road was familiar. The gates were coming up, and I couldn't wait much longer. My eyes wandered down to Echo. She'd scrunched up the beanie so that it only covered her from her eyebrows to her nose, and I could see her lips and laugh line perfectly. But those weren't what caught my eye. In the dim light of the vehicle, all I focused on was the scar on the side of her forehead. The scar that I put there. My hand stretched forward out of curiosity. I wondered if it still hurt when she thought about it, or if she even thought about it at all. And while I wondered, my index finger grazed over the mark. I'd barely traced the length of it when one of Echo's hands shot up. It was a swipe, like she was trying to brush off a bug or an annoying strand of hair. But when her fingers felt something larger, they closed around my hand. She froze thoughtfully, and still holding on, she pulled the beanie from her eyes with her other hand. "Thought you were asleep," I offered, when her eyes locked onto me, feeling my cheeks tint. She let go of me to massage her fingers over her tired eyes.
"I'm a light sleeper."
Then they moved to the scar, and she scratched at it with a chuckle.
"That felt weird, kind of tickled."
"Sorry," I told her, glad it was too dark for her to see that I was blushing. "There was, a mosquito." Her upper lip curled with dislike as she dropped her arm back down.
"Did you get it?"
I nodded, nearly rolling my eyes at myself because it was still too cold out for mosquitoes. At least Echo didn't appear to think about that. A quiet chatter came through the radio at the front of the vehicle, but it was too far away for me to make out every word. I heard one, though. Ferals. The co-pilot, one of the surviving half from 2nd Platoon, turned around to look at me.
"Ma'am, we've got ferals at the gate."
Echo sat up while I squinted at the screen in front of the co-pilot. But a second striker ahead of us was blocking our way to the gate. We couldn't open them until we were sure no ferals would go running through, but I had civilians in the beds of 3 cargo trucks with nothing more than canvas covering to keep them safe. "How many?" I asked. Nilsson mumbled into the radio and waited for a response before telling me.
4.
It took me a second to remember the name of the lieutenant from Home Squad, who was commanding the vehicle ahead of us. I never associated much with the lot of the soldiers outside of my platoon, but that was gonna have to change now. Have the guys in McKay's vehicle take care of it and then open the gate, I told him, knowing that in addition to the driver and McKay, there were 4 other soldiers up there. He nodded and began speaking once more into the radio while I leaned my head back with a sigh. Not even back on base yet, and already the gate was presenting a problem to deal with. We sat there patiently, waiting for the way in to be cleared. A few minutes later, a vehicle lurched forward, and we headed through the gate. We pulled to a stop on the inside, and after the driver turned off the engine, Nelson stood from his seat.
"Ma'am,"
he prompted, looking at me like he was waiting for instruction. I was no stranger to delegating, but I had no idea where to start, or what my responsibilities were supposed to be now. Cap had taught me to be a leader, but he hadn't taught me what it took to run a camp. All I knew was supply and mission. First things first, give the civilians something to do. Gather the civilians, I'll be right there. Nelson and the driver, Kenyon, dropped open the striker door and hopped down to carry out my instructions. Echo was sitting there, waiting to follow my lead, but I couldn't bring myself to leave the seat. Once we got out, once I left the dark safety of the vehicle, it became real. The base, the civilians, the soldiers, they were all my responsibility. Making sure we had everything we needed, taking care of them, supplying for the more than 70 people that were left, landed on me as a blaring realization. Before now, I'd been terrified of doing it without Cap holding my hand, and of people wondering if I was capable. Now I was terrified of what it would mean if I truly wasn't capable. And getting out of this vehicle was the first step to finding out.
"Genevieve,"
Echo said softly, when after a couple of minutes I still hadn't moved. She stood, pulled her backpack over her shoulders, and then offered a hand to help me up.
"Ma'am."
Her laugh line was deep with a smirk. She'd never called me that before. It sounded so awkward that one corner of my mouth curled. I took her hand to let her pull me out of the seat, and once I was on my feet, she gave me a comforting smile.
"You're not alone in this."
She'd never know how truly appreciative I was for that. For what she'd done last night. I nodded gratefully, and after grabbing my backpack and rifle, and taking an energizing breath of fresh air that was flowing through the open door, I stepped out. It was so much warmer here at midday than it was this morning at camp under the shade of the forest. The sun was bright and blazing, and when my boots touched down on the street, they met with asphalt, shiny and wet from melted snow. It wasn't just the street. Snow was melting everywhere, dripping off of eaves of roofs in cold droplets, and at some spots sliding off on slanted roofs in chunks. When I got out of the striker, Blake was hugging Casey in cheerful reunion. As he let go of her, his eyes landed on me, and his face fell almost instantly. He said something to her, and after she nodded, he started in my direction.
"Hey, Pipsqueak,"
he greeted, barely managing to sound even a little upbeat through the melancholy. I twitched the side of my mouth in response, and he only watched me for one sad second before pulling me into a hug. I wrapped my arms around his waist to return it, and even though I thought I'd cried everything out last night, just knowing that Blake was suffering too caused my eyes to well with tears. Cap had taken care of us both, as more than just a commander. But there were people around, people who'd be looking at me for direction from now on. The last thing that I needed was to let them see me cry, or give them reason to think that I wasn't strong enough to lead. So I sniffled, blinking it away before I pulled back from the hug. Imogen, Cyrus, and Ty had found their way to us, and I was surprised when Imogen bypassed Echo with little more than a smile and strode straight to me. Her lips pursed sympathetically.
I heard what he meant to you,
she told me, and I felt a pang when I realized she was talking about Cap.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Beyond her, I could see Cyrus and Ty nod in agreement. Thanks, I said sincerely, and then I turned to study the collecting group of civilians and soldiers. The people just arriving from camp had to get situated, and the vehicles needed to be unloaded, which meant finding places for cargo, like seed crops. We needed to find a way to get vehicles safely through the gates if there were ferals around, and at some point I had to arrange the platoons to account for casualties. I had to figure out patrol schedules and working tasks for civilians. And surely, if I had even a minute more, I could think of additional tasks that needed to get done. Already there was so much to do, and all I wanted to do was take a bath. That added another thing. I wouldn't mind figuring out how to get running water into the buildings, instead of relying slowly on the small river that ran through the opposite end of the base. I turned to the striker, climbing up onto the top of it, wincing the whole time at the soreness it caused in my injured hip. I'd also have to get that wound properly taken care of when April was set up in the medical complex, just to make sure that it wouldn't get infected. From standing at the top of the vehicle, I tucked in my bottom lip, forcing air past my tongue to let out a loud whistle. "Listen up!" I called loudly, and all at once 70 eyes landed on me with a crushing weight. For a moment, I forgot what I was going to say. I cleared my throat to keep my voice strong. "Those buildings over there are barracks," I announced, pointing. There were plenty of houses on base, but the way I saw it, part of the problem with the attacks on camp was that everyone was scattered. It took so long to respond to the ferals because it took so long to even realize there was a problem. We'd done a thorough job of clearing the base, but I wasn't comfortable enough to have civilians too far from protection in case of an emergency. "There are plenty of rooms for everyone. Make yourselves at home." I paused to think about what would come next. Food was important. I certainly hadn't eaten all day, and I knew the same had to be true for most of the others. "I need a few volunteers to prepare dinner after everyone gets settled in." Imogen had offered to share their supply of MREs with everyone, but even though the hunters had stolen all the meat, we'd had a lot of vegetables left from winter storage to bring with us. Now that things were starting to warm up, they'd begin deteriorating, and I figured it was best to save the MREs for when they were truly needed. After a few men and women raised their hands, I glanced down to search for two of my soldiers. "Datsuk and Morgan." I waved them over and up onto the vehicle. "Volunteers, this is Datsuk and Morgan," I said, for those who weren't acquainted with the soldiers. "They're going to wait right at this spot for you, and then take you to the new defect." Then I nodded gratefully at my two troops and motioned that they could get down. Now that there were significantly less people, even if there were fewer mouths to feed and fewer heads to protect, I'd still have to figure out a new division of labor. Sign-up sheets for the various jobs I could think of seemed like a good way to figure that out. But these people had just been through a trauma. Many of them had lost loved ones. The last thing that I wanted to do was give them zero time to mourn and put them straight to work. A couple of days could be spared. "Last but not least," I finished. "The outer fences are electrified. Watch your fingers. We've made this place as safe as we knew how, but that doesn't mean that things can't happen. Just try not to go exploring alone." Not knowing what else to say, I nodded awkwardly and climbed down the vehicle with more difficulty than I'd gotten up. It didn't help that now that I was finished and no longer under people's watch, the nerves caught up with me. Reaching the ground where Echo was waiting for me, I held out my hand, staring as my fingers shook nervously. The only thing that tore my attention from it was when Echo sandwiched my fingers between both her palms to stop them from shaking.
"You made it look easy,"
she said reassuringly. I let her hands stay where they were for a few moments after meeting her gaze, finding comfort in their warmth. Before last night, I would have then pulled away and said something abrasive, but I couldn't do it. Not now. I couldn't gather the strength anymore, even if I still couldn't give her all I had. Because after last night, the only thing that I wanted was to be close to her. Everything could have been spiraling out of control. Last night, I thought my world was falling apart all over again. And then she was there. In contact with her, I felt safe. Whatever chaos clouded my thoughts was contained. With Echo, I was grounded. She deserved kindness and love. And even though I could only give her one of those, I'd do it now as often as I could. Before last night, I thought I wouldn't hurt her more than I needed to. Now I didn't want to hurt her at all. I wouldn't take my pain out on her anymore when I couldn't bear it all on my own. When I could make it so that I was the only one that needed to feel pain. But because of that, with her, I was also burdened. I slid my fingers from her grasp while saying with a smirk, "You're biased." Even though I pulled away, that gorgeous laugh line deepened with a genuine smile. Blake strode over with Casey, and both of them leaned back against the side of the vehicle, while Imogen came over with Cyrus and Ty. We all sort of watched everyone disperse for a few minutes in silence, taking in their chatter. The excitement of a new home seemed to put back some life into a lot of the civilians as they unloaded their belongings from the beds of the trucks.
"What now?"
Blake asked. I took in a thoughtful breath, blowing it out through my pursed lips, while I glanced back towards the entrance of base. We need to do something about that gate. I also took in the dead ferals. It wouldn't do to have decaying bodies around base, especially if they started building up from the ones that were killed by the electric fence. The smell would attract more of them, not to mention create a disgusting atmosphere to live in. Eventually, I'd have to send a vehicle around the perimeter every couple of days to clear the dead.
"What's wrong with the gate?"
April asked, reaching us and dropping a large bag of medical supplies on the ground. She tilted her chin down to look over the glasses at the three newcomers, recognizing that she didn't know them. "April," I told her, motioning to the three. "Imogen, Cyrus, and Ty." She'd been under the canvas cover of the truck when we arrived, so she hadn't seen that there were ferals outside of the gate. As she shook hands with them, I explained about it. We need a way to let the vehicles in and out without doing it for ferals at the same time. Another thoughtful silence fell over our small group, until a minute later, April spoke again.
"What about a containment level?"
I raised my eyebrows at her for explanation.
"Like laboratories have an airlock before coming and going. Build another fenced area on the inside so that you can close one gate and kill ferals before opening the second one."
We'll have to find the supplies for it, but that's good, I acknowledged with an approving nod. How many drums of fuel do we have left? Blake shifted to kick his foot back against the tire behind him.
"We chucked the base gas station. Fuel's crap."
I sighed. A big move like this with all the vehicles used up a lot of good gasoline. 2. Just enough to fill the tanks of 2 vehicles one last time, with a little to spare. He chuckled in disbelief.
"Shit. You guys are having fuel problems?"
Ty piped in. "Every year it gets harder and harder to find good diesel," I confirmed.
"What if I can make some?"
he asked, and at that, every head turned toward him. He smiled amusedly.
"We were able to explore the houses around here a little bit over the years. I remember one of the garages had a biodiesel kit.
And you know how to make it? I asked, genuinely but pleasantly surprised.
I mean, it's been a long time,
he said with a shrug.
But if you get me the supplies, I could figure it out.
I need to make a list, I murmured, hearing Blake huff with amusement as I pulled my backpack around to search for something to write with. There was already so much to accomplish, and the list just kept growing. Anybody have a pen or something? I managed to find a small pad of paper at the bottom of my bag, but didn't have anything else. Everyone began to dig through their own packs, and eventually Imogen materialized a pencil. Thanks. I turned to support the paper against the side of the vehicle. What do you need for it?
Well,
Ty started.
We'll need the oil, of course.
I hesitated to write and turned to face him while my eyebrows furrowed. Won't it all be rotten by now?
Maybe, but we could use it.
I shrugged and turned to write it down.
There's this chemical. To test at CDAD. Crap.
Ty's eyebrows furrowed, and he glanced up thoughtfully. Each of us stayed quiet so that he can concentrate, but April offered, phenolphthalein.
Yeah.
He agreed excitedly.
Thank you. We'll need methanol. You could probably get big barrels of it. And that soap stuff.
He snapped his fingers, prompting the thought to come to him.
Lye. Sodium hydroxide.
April added. I scribbled it all down, not even wanting to think about where we would send a scavenging party to find this stuff. After those items, I added unloading the vehicles, the gate, the platoons, patrol schedules, civilian jobs, running water, drinking water, because I wasn't sure if the river was clean enough. Ask Harvey about giving the barracks and hopefully even the medical complex solar power. Move the ham radio to an actual office so it wasn't taking up room, and inventory the armory. When I'd written it all down, I stuffed the notepad into my back pocket and held the pencil out for Imogen. Keep it, she said good-naturedly, waving her hand as if to say, no big deal, when I smiled gratefully. When things fell quiet, April saw it as her chance to say what she'd come over to say in the first place.
Where's the hospital? I want to put my personal belongings there.
Oh, Casey chimed in. I'd like to see it too.
I'll take them.
Blake volunteered, but then his face lit up.
Wait here, though. There's something I wanted to show Genevieve.
He jogged off before anyone could say anything, disappearing around the corner of a building. It took a minute, but then I heard the soft chug of an engine, and he came whipping around the corner in a vehicle. It was a small military vehicle that looked much like an open-top Jeep, and most of it was a little more than frame. He came to a screeching halt in front of us, jumping out of it with a grin.
Found this beauty at the motor pool. Powers called it a growler,
he announced. Then he glanced between Casey, Echo, and I.
Our fuel situation is probably the only thing keeping me from taking you off-roading in the woods out there.
Not the ferals, huh? I asked through a laugh, striding forward to look at it more closely. Blake guffawed, pointing upwards at the machine gun mounted on the top of the frame, causing me to laugh even harder.
Guess what?
He said expectantly. What?
Well, this one's mine.
He patted the roll bar indicatively, chuckling when I rolled my eyes.
But there are two more, so I figured I'd be nice and let you have one.
I gave his arm a playful push, asking sarcastically, Oh, that's what you figured.
You might be the boss now,
he said, turning and roughly wrapping an arm around my neck.
But I'm still bigger than you.
I wrestled with him for a minute before poking him in the ribs to get him to release me.
Hey,
he protested, laughing as he shuffled away.
That's cheating.
He turned and grabbed a large bag April had been carrying, loading it onto the growler for her while she and Casey got in.
I got one seat left,
he said proudly.
Any takers? Going once. I'm in.
Cyrus hollered before Blake could continue, hopping onto the rear-facing back seat. "Don't run over anyone," I called after the already retreating vehicle. I was glad Blake had found something to be excited about, and he seemed so happy that Casey was here and healthy.
Anything you want us to do?
Ty asked as they disappeared. I shook my head, though it had just occurred to me that the 3 newcomers were supposed to be under supervision. Not even Blake had remembered, as in the panic and then the excitement of everyone from camp getting here, they must have just forgotten. I'd forgotten too, but I'd seen no red flags in their behavior. I was more worried about Blake crashing the growler than about Imogen, Cyrus, or Ty causing trouble. We'll eat in a little while. You can relax until then if you want. When Ty and Imogen nodded, I motioned for Echo to follow me. I led the way to the truck that we'd loaded my trunk onto. It had been pushed to the very back, so I set my foot on a small ladder attached to the bed to climb up. Since my hip was still sore, Echo stopped me before I could.
Let me,
she volunteered, not even waiting for me to move and use the ladder, and instead propelling herself up over the side. When she got to the trunk, she threw her weight against it, something I knew would have hurt my hip if I had to do it, and pushed it to the edge. She jumped down, pulling on it enough for me to grip the second handle, and then we lifted it off the bed. Carrying all that extra weight caused me to limp a little on the way to the barracks, and it was even worse going up the stairs to my second-floor room. At least the door was unlocked, and we trudged in and dropped it near the small desk in one corner. For some reason, finally being out of public eye and having a little bit of time allowed me to slow down, and a wave of exhaustion caught up with me. I dropped face first onto the bed, not even bothering to pull my legs up, as I let them half dangle over the foot. Sleep had been restless last night, and right now a nap sounded amazing.
All that responsibility kill you already?
Echo asked with a laugh, and I felt her tap my boot before sitting at the edge near my legs. No, I huffed with amusement, rolling onto my back so I could see her. But it probably took at least 10 years of my life.
Good thing you're still young.
She chuckled, dropping back and turning onto her side so that she could prop her head up in her hand. I hummed in agreement, the only response I could manage because my eyes had fluttered closed tiredly. There was a movement on the bed, and when I shifted my gaze to the side, I saw that Echo had flopped onto her back too.
You think that doctor's gonna be here soon?
Now I turned onto my side, folding my hands under my face like a pillow. I hope so. I'll feel better when the rest of our soldiers get back.
What about the cure?
She asked, dropping her head to the side to look at me. I hummed again in agreement, my eyes drooping closed. You believe in it now?
I guess anything's possible.
She answered, and her laugh line deepened with a smirk.
Maybe if he can find the miracle cure, he could find a way to get you those 10 years back.
I laughed, opening my eyes just enough so that she could see me roll them.
Seriously?
She continued amusedly.
I think I see a gray hair.
Shut up! I giggled sleepily, reaching over to throw a hand over her mouth. I felt her huff against my skin, and she reached up to pull my hand away.
You shut up,
she teased, still holding my hand between hers as she dropped them over her torso. In my exhausted state, all I could think about at first was how good it felt to be so close to her again, to be touching her again. My thumb even ran over her stomach without so much as thinking about what I was doing. It wasn't until I felt her fingers caress my knuckles that it sank in, and like always, it hurt. I pulled my hand away, returning it under my face to support my head. I refused to open my eyes. I didn't want to see if she looked disappointed. or like she was about to ask what it meant that I hesitated, that I showed a moment of blatant affection. Instead, I requested through a mumble, "Wake me in an hour."
"What do you want me to do?"
she asked softly, as though trying not to disturb me from half sleeping. I just gave an easy shrug.
"What if I'm tired too?"
I pressed a finger to my lips to shush her, whispering, "Then sleep." I don't know if she responded, or if I nodded off before hearing it, but when I woke some time later, she was asleep at my side, curled up into a ball so her legs weren't dangling off the end of the bed. I took in a deep breath and sat up, knowing by my internal clock that I'd slept longer than I'd meant to. My movement had woken Echo, who had something of a smirk when she said groggily,
"I think it's been an hour."
"Thanks, smartass," I told her, my lips curling into an amused smile. She stretched her arms high above her head while I stood and picked up my backpack. "I want to see if April's still at the medical complex." She nodded consentingly while getting up, and after grabbing her own pack, we trudged the distance to the medical complex. With the various small offices that made up the community, it took us a good amount of time to find the doctor. Eventually, we located her in the urgent care, a building that opened up to a reception area and waiting room, with a single hallway of rooms for various purposes. It wasn't quite a hospital, but for the size of the base, it was the closest thing. "Settling in?" I asked, poking my head through the door where I could hear April and Casey talking. It looked like I'd interrupted a serious conversation, but April smiled both with greeting and acknowledgement.
"I'll keep my personals in the office behind the front desk, so I can be here around the clock."
"I appreciate it," I told her gratefully, though I wasn't surprised. It was the same thing she'd done back at the camp. "I'll have a bed brought in for you." She nodded, glancing back and forth between Casey, Echo, and I, like she was looking for something else to say. It was a stuffy silence, thick and heavy and mournful. April lost Cap too, and I could tell that she felt the absence of his presence as much as I did. "I have an injury," I started in order to detract from the stillness. "I was hoping you could look at it." I had no doubt Echo had done a good job with the supplies that she'd had, but it couldn't hurt to have a professional double-check. "Sure." April nodded, patting the exam table at the center of the room. While I pushed myself onto it, she searched through the sterile steel cabinets, pulling out a box of exam gloves. As I lay on my stomach and hiked the bottom of my shirt up to expose my hip, I noticed Casey silently drop something into a nearby trash can. It was subtle, and immediately after she took a pair of gloves out of the box and slipped them over her hands too. "Where'd Blake go?" I asked, my eyes following Echo as she lifted herself to sit on the edge of the counter. "To take Cyrus back to the barracks," Casey answered, holding the edge of my jeans down so that April could take a look at my wound. April's fingers pressed gently around the tender flesh.
"How'd this happen?"
"Got stabbed by a broken flower pot," I told her.
"How'd you clean it?"
"Vodka," I responded honestly, hearing Echo huff with amusement. April chuckled too, saying to Casey,
"Could you put some iodine on gauze?"
Then to me,
"Who stitched it?"
When I tossed a thumb toward Echo, April's bottom lip jutted out admiringly.
"You did good."
She glanced up at Echo to praise.
"The knots are all wrong,"
she laughed.
"But you did good."
Before Echo could respond, Casey made a gagging noise and rushed to redo the cap she had just taken off the bottle. "Wrong one," she icked, retching again. This time she reached for the trash can, and we all watched her hurl into it. Echo had pulled a water bottle out of her backpack while Casey threw up, and when she finished, Echo handed it to her.
"You okay?"
Casey nodded, taking the water gratefully while tossing the bottle of medicine into the trash. That's expired. April had taken over getting iodine from the cabinets, and I didn't get much time to ponder whether the smell was that bad or if Casey was just sensitive to it, as April rubbed the cold orange fluid over my wound.
It's a little red,
April told me, tossing away the stained gauze and taping a fresh piece over my hip.
If it gets any worse, I'll start you on antibiotics.
Thank you, I replied and sat up, about to push myself off of the table. April glanced at Echo and Casey, saying before I jumped down,
Could you give us a minute?
My eyes went back and forth between the three of them as Casey and Echo filtered out, ending on April after Casey closed the door behind them. What's wrong?
Nothing,
she assured me instantly.
It might not be in my job description, but as a doctor, mental and emotional health are just as important to me as physical.
She gave a nervous smile and shrugged.
You've been through a lot, taken on a lot. I wanted to make sure that you're okay.
Oh, I mumbled sullenly. I felt a heat start behind my eyes, but I pursed my lips, using everything I had not to let it turn to tears. I knew he'd put me in charge, I told her, gaze locked on the floor. Someday, but part of me thought he'd live forever.
He made sure everyone was safe,
April said, pausing to chew the inside of her lip, biting back her own emotion.
Before going to the radio.
Always the hero, I mused with a cheerless huff. That's the kind of command.
He was sick, Genevieve,
she interrupted. My eyes darted up to meet her gaze, and her lip quivered sadly. She looked like she felt guilty, like she'd wanted to tell me this for so much longer than just today.
It was terminal. He wouldn't.
Whatever the end of that sentence was, she couldn't finish it. Her eyes filled with tears. I cleared my throat, letting it sink in that it wasn't just the hunters. I would have lost Cap no matter what. Why are you telling me now? She took in a thoughtful breath before answering.
I didn't want you to think that he'd chosen you because he was out of time.
April slid her fingertips beneath her glasses to wipe away the moisture. There's so much he didn't teach me, I whispered through the emotion.
If he was here,
she started with a sad, fond smile.
I think he'd tell you that you learn more as you go, and asking for help doesn't make a leader weak.
That sounds like him, I added with a dewy chuckle. April smiled, giving a soft huff of amusement before sniffling.
I don't know if you realize how much he confided in me, but he came to talk to me after you radioed in about clearing the base.
When she paused, I nodded for her to continue.
He said that you never knew how close he was with your father after your mother died. But through him, Cap knew you long before the outbreak. Your dad would have been so impressed by the woman you've become, by the leader that you've been, and that's why he chose you.
Cap said that? I choked, feeling a tear slide down my cheek. When she nodded, my eyes flooded, and I sniffled to keep any more tears from falling. I thought Cap had died being disappointed in me, being upset about Echo and my relationship with her. In some ways, it seemed like April knew that, like she knew how much I needed to hear what she'd just told me. I slid off the table, hesitantly, seeing as I'd never really hugged April before. Thankfully, she made it easy, even if it was a little awkward.
Don't hesitate to ask me if you ever need anything,
she told me. I nodded gratefully, wiping the water off of my cheeks while I strode to the door. Echo was sitting at the end of the hall in the reception area, perched on the countertop with her legs dangling over the edge. I don't know what she had against normal chairs, which were plentiful around the edges of the room. When she saw me coming, she jumped down. I'm fine, I said in response to the concerned look on her face, knowing she noticed my eyes were still a little moist and would ask about it. She still watched me for a few seconds, like she was deciding for herself, and then took a step in the direction of the door. I followed after her and began to lead the way, thinking of what to do since we still had time before dinner. While we walked, she pulled a long strand of knotted-up thread out of her pocket.
Casey taught me the surgeon's knot while I was waiting for you,
she said, holding up the string indicatively.
Next time you need stitches, I can do it right.
Next time I need stitches, I repeated, chuckling. That's optimistic.
More like realistic,
she mumbled teasingly. Hey, you're the clumsy one, remember? Echo rolled her eyes.
Says the girl who fell into a flower pot.
I gave her shoulder a playful push, laughing defensively. I was tackled by a feral.
Whatever you say, boss,
she said sarcastically. I couldn't help staring at her laugh line while I giggled my amusement. She looked so happy that I was messing around with her, and it felt good to be able to do that. It felt even better that she wasn't trying to flirt, because when she refrained, I could laugh too, and it didn't have to hurt. At least, not until she pulled her bottom lip between her teeth, accentuating that line in a way more stirring than amusement. I would never be able to just laugh with her. And the one thing that hurt was the one thing that made it better. It made it so that I felt bad for wanting to be near her, but I felt bad for not being near her. The only remedy I found was when our laughter tapered off, I scooted closer to her side, so that our arms bumped while we walked, and so I'd only have to shoulder one kind of hurt. I'm not the boss of you, I told her. With the next step, our hands brushed, and I instantly shoved mine into my pockets so that she wouldn't get the idea of reaching for it, just because we were close. I must have been the only one who thought about it, though, because Echo didn't seem to notice as she cupped a hand around her ear in teasing disbelief.
Whoa, say that again? You're not what?
My lips curled. I'm not the boss of you, I repeated. I'd never been the boss of her, but more than that, she was my battle buddy. Now that I had to be commander, I wanted her to be more my partner than ever. Just to mess with her, however, I added. It's not like you ever listen to me anyway.
No,
she agreed with a chuckle.
But you love telling me what to do.
Just like you love being a pain in the ass, I quipped playfully. She laughed, shaking her head amusedly. Whatever, just consider yourself promoted.
From lowly thug / booty call?
She asked as we strode up the sidewalk of the housing tract. I shrugged my casual agreement.
To what?
I don't know, I answered, turning as we reached the door of the house to lean my back against it. Cap had a right-hand man. Even though I didn't know the proper title, I'd always assumed it was normal. Assistant, co-commander, partner, person? I sighed, feeling my cheeks tint before I asked in a rushed breath, Do you want to be my right hand or not? She hummed thoughtfully, her laugh line deepening with a smirk.
That's a lot of responsibility. Do I get to give orders to Home Squad's jackass LT?
I rolled my eyes at her, but the entertainment was clear on my face as I nodded.
I'll do it.
I couldn't help grinning, most of it grateful, but it turned into a snicker as I said, And you did not just refer to yourself as a booty call. Echo snorted, asking through a laugh.
What would you call it?
I'm not even... I shook my head, still chuckling, even though I refused to answer, as I turned to grab the door handle. No. I twisted the knob, but it wasn't until I found the door was locked that either of us stopped to look at where we were. It was the house I got hurt at. The house with the Giants flag and the grand piano. We'd been walking aimlessly and somehow came here. I I took a step back to look at the door, to let it sink in where we'd ended up. Then I turned to Echo. Can I have your bobby pins? When she gave them to me, I eased myself onto my knees, careful to avoid too much pain in my hip. She propped herself against the side of the door while I stuck them into the lock, feeling around for the familiar pins. I found the pins easily enough, but a minute of fumbling around reminded me just how bad at this I was. It only took another few minutes before I stood, blowing air through my pursed lips.
Giving up already?
Echo asked, taking back the bobby pins and squatting down to undo the lock. I'm not in the mood to get frustrated, I answered, watching admiringly as she picked the lock with ease, straightening back up and holding the door open for me. How do you do that? As we strode through the door, I turned to the side, pressing my forehead against the flag just past the entrance. It happened so fast and instinctively. It was like the revival of an old habit, and when I finished, I motioned for Echo to do the same.
Practice,
she said, touching her own forehead against the flag. As she turned away from the wall, she fell quiet, and I watched her eyes scan the house. My focus followed, taking in the flag and the kitchen and the couches and the piano.
What are we doing here, Genevieve?
She whispered. There was a hint of suspicion behind those pearly gray eyes, and I couldn't blame her for it. Last time we were here, I made her cry. I don't know. I like this place, I shrugged, trying to find the words to tell her the emotions this house instilled in me. It feels like home. As I said that, my gaze wandered to the piano. I'd liked the music Echo made when she played it. I'd liked the way it felt when I kissed her. I'd liked how the feeling of it hit me so hard there was no time to process what it meant and to feel bad. These walls were sacred. They held something special. When I looked back at Echo, she was watching me thoughtfully.
Why don't you sleep here?
At the suggestion, I took everything in again. It was a tempting notion, but I shook my head. I need to stay close to everyone else. I pursed my lips in a hesitant smile, but we could come here sometimes. Echo studied me for another minute, silent with careful reflection. If I could read her at all, then she'd notice the change in me, the change she'd influenced by being there for me, and she was afraid of undoing it.
Yeah,
she agreed eventually.
Yeah, we could.
We both went quiet, at a loss for anything else to say. She still looked apprehensive, and I could only give so much. The stillness was broken a moment later when her stomach growled loudly. She looked down in shock, and both of us laughed when mine reacted to the sound with a rumble of its own. Come on, I chuckled, opening the door again and motioning for her to go first. Let's see where dinner's at. Chapter 41. You made that bed. Echo. Who are we missing?
Genevieve asked, pacing a few feet away from the table I was sitting on. Blake was sitting in a chair on the opposite side, and at her question, he pulled the piece of paper to him to look at the list of soldiers' names. She was rearranging the platoons because of all the people we'd lost. But both of them were swearing there was one person they'd forgotten. Just call one of the guys over here an ass, I suggested. Genevieve paced back to the table until she was standing right at my side, shoulder attached to mine, like it'd been so often lately, even though we were facing opposite directions. And she put her hands on the surface to lean forward. No. She either didn't want to ask for help for something so simple, or she didn't want to admit to anyone else that she'd forgotten a soldier's name. We'll figure it out. I shifted to lean sideways, pulling the paper back so it was in front of Genevieve and I. I read it over one more time, a spark of recognition starting at the back of my mind. That Hispanic guy. Blake's eyebrows furrowed. Garcia? No, I sighed, pointing to the name on the list. We got Garcia. This guy's taller, older, keeps to himself a lot. I've only seen him a handful of times. I squinted, trying to think of anything else I could recognize about him. Oh, Cuban flag tattooed on his forearm. We were all silent for a few moments, thinking. Then Genevieve slapped her hand down on the table. Soto! She picked up the pencil to scribble down his name in one of the 2 compiled platoons. After she wrote it down, she straightened up a bit, glancing at me. Thank you. The shrug I gave was nonchalant, but not so relaxed was when my eyes dropped to her lips. Her proximity to me was far from casual, but even more encouraging was that she noticed the turn in my gaze, and she didn't seem fazed. She'd been acting so different the last few days. Most of the time, I was worried her temper hadn't changed enough for me to be too bold, or that a single slip would send her back to being mean. But during moments like this, when her brown eyes locked on mine, and she didn't shy away, it was almost tempting enough to act on it. It felt like only a moment, but we stared at each other long enough for Blake to clear his throat. Genevieve flinched and passed the paper back to him while he snickered at her reaction.
You'll make sure everyone gets their new assignments?
She asked, to which he nodded. She took a blank piece of paper from her small notepad.
Next, patrol schedules.
I sighed instantly. That first list only had 30 names without the 3 of us on there, and it took us more than an hour to put it together. If this is what being a commander was, it sucked. I raised my hand in the air. I volunteer we all run amok. Blake chuckled, and Genevieve looked up, giving me a half-hearted glare through her eyelashes.
Should we do it weekly?
She said, ignoring my bored remark. First platoon on duty 1 week, second platoon the next. Blake clarified. Genevieve nodded. That's good. We should have 4 men at the gates at all times. 2 manning the radio. I put in, knowing Genevieve still had people scanning the frequencies for other survivors. Are we going to have towers and ground patrols like camp? Blake asked. Genevieve shook her head.
I want to try something different. 4 groups of 2 running ground.
She paused, and then dropped her head with a sigh.
Never mind. We can't have a whole platoon on duty round the clock. They need rest.
Blake tapped his fingers against the surface of the table thoughtfully. We're gonna be stretched thin. Genevieve nodded in agreement. 3 at the gates, 2 at the radio, 5 on ground patrol, and the other 5 on recovery. They'll survive 8-hour shifts.
They're gonna have to.
Genevieve wrote it all down.
And every other day, I want to drive around the perimeter to pick up dead ferals.
I'd told Genevieve I'd help her out as much as I could, but I didn't know as much as they did about community, and I certainly didn't know anything about being a leader. Even though Genevieve poked fun at me for not listening to her, I was better at either taking instruction or doing things on my own.
I found some handheld radios in the armory,
Genevieve continued, reaching up to touch the armory key that she'd hung on a chain around her neck.
1 for each of us. 1 for the gate, the hospital, the radio room, the patrols.
You know Imogen's gonna want one. I chimed in. It was the first time in days that Genevieve looked at me with a genuinely hard glance. I'm just saying, I said defensively, worried Imogen was the backsliding factor to Genevieve's mood. That was the deal that you made with her, full disclosure, and that's what the walkie-talkies are for.
And 1 for Imogen,
Genevieve breathed. She wrote that list down too, and was about to say something else, when there was a loud honk from near the gate. All three of our heads shot up, and at seeing the two vehicles, Genevieve grinned.
"They're here!"
It was the half of 2nd Platoon that Cap sent away. Come home. Hopefully with that doctor. I jumped off the table while Genevieve rushed over as fast as her limp would allow. The truck and the striker rolled through the gates, but the sound of the horn had attracted everyone who was nearby enough to hear it. Civilians and soldiers were crowding near the street.
"Blake, get in the passenger side,"
Genevieve instructed, continuing past towards the driver's side. I knew the last thing that she wanted was to overwhelm the passengers with people the moment that they got out. So when she got to the driver's side, she patted on the window.
"Blake's gonna take you to the medical center. I'll meet you there."
In order for Blake to get into the truck, the passenger had to get out. And when the man jumped down, I laughed joyfully. "You had your lucky cricket," I told Garcia, motioning to the bug he'd painted on the striker. "Yeah," he agreed, chuckling as he gave me a friendly reunion hug. "Jimmy's been a real pal." The vehicles pulled away, and after greeting Garcia happily, Genevieve motioned for us to follow her to a hospital. On the way there, he introduced himself to Imogen, who was following along, curious about the new arrival. When we reached the medical center, Blake was dismissing some of the soldiers, and by the time we got to the truck, there were only 3 people and Blake remaining. One of them, because of his camouflage pants and the rifle similar to Genevieve's, looked like the soldier I'd been hearing about, Tripton. He was a massive African-American man, easily 6 feet tall, and bulkier even than Blake. He was in his mid-30s by my best guess. His black hair was smooth and curly, falling in ringlets over his forehead and adding a soft attractiveness to his rugged 5 o'clock shadow. Another guy looked old enough to be the doctor, easily in his early 50s. He looked like a tenderfoot, kind of like April did, though his was a scrawnier sort. Though his skin was fair, his complexion was dark eyebrows, dark brown eyes, and what I imagined had once been dark hair, though it was peppered color now. He was balding too, with a dome-shaped part of the top of his head being covered in a thin, short layer of that peppered-colored hair. The third was sitting at the edge of the truck bed, a young man, still a teenager by the looks of it. He had a shotgun slung over his back, and the hood of his maroon jacket was pulled over his ear-length straight black hair. He didn't have much facial hair yet, but what he did have made a perfect, shady patch on his chin. There was something almost familiar about his face, and his lips. Even from the distance I was standing, I could see his eyes were a beautiful muddy green.
"Tripton,"
Genevieve greeted, walking over to shake his hand.
"It's been a long time."
Tripton nodded in agreement. "This is Dr. Issa," he said, stepping aside so that she could meet the older man. The kid was staring at Genevieve, but I stopped paying attention when Tripton's eyes then landed on me, and he started in my direction to introduce himself. "Micah." The doctor waved for the teen to jump down, speaking with the tone a parent would. "Get down here and—" "Genevieve?" The kid interrupted, hopping off the truck bed. I just began to wonder how he knew her name when it hit me. That straight black hair, his familiarity, and his green eyes. I knew him from a photograph. He was supposed to be dead. But he was so much older now. Grown. The teenager laughed, repeating in disbelief, "Genevieve!"
"Oh my God,"
Genevieve breathed in a shock whisper.
"Micah?"
The young man's face lit up, and he rushed forward, throwing his arms around her waist.
"What are you? You're not—"
She choked through a mixture of laughter and tears, squeezing him tight around the neck.
"You're alive!"
He spun her around, and as he set her back down, she reached up to take his face in her hands.
"Look at you! You're bigger than me!"
His mouth was wide with a grin, and as she let his face go, his gaze flickered past everyone else who was watching on. Imogen, Garcia, Blake, and I. But once he saw me, he couldn't look away. His head cocked, and his eyebrows furrowed with a moment of confusion. It only took a split second for me to see the change. "You?" he mumbled, so quietly. The only reason I even caught the word is because I read his lips. The kid had all of Genevieve's speed, and then some, because before I could even prepare to react, he'd shot past her. His shoulders caught me in the chest, plowing me hard back into the side of the striker. Speed or not, the kid didn't know the first thing about fighting. I could have pinned him easy, but even as I saw him wind up to hit me, I was going to let it happen, because he was Genevieve's brother. Before he landed his punch, Garcia caught his wrist. Blake grabbed Micah's other arm, and after stripping him of the shotgun, they hauled him away from me. "Let me go!" he shouted, fighting their grasp. I coughed, the shock wearing off enough that I could feel that he knocked the wind out of me. "Genevieve, that's her!" "Are you okay?" Imogen asked me, setting a concerned hand on my shoulder. She was the only one aside from Blake and Garcia who'd reacted so far. Dr. Isa and Tripton looked confused. Genevieve looked petrified. I waved Imogen off, feeling a panic sink in, past the pain in my stomach. I couldn't catch a break. I'd never escape it. "I'll never forget your face," Micah hollered, struggling against Blake and Garcia. "Any of your faces." He broke one arm free and pushed Garcia away. But Blake seemed fed up. He shoved the kid backward against the back of the truck, pushing again when Micah tried to lunge forward. "Genevieve!" he yelled, angry and pleading. "The elementary school!" "Hey!" Blake bellowed, so harsh and loud that the teen flinched. "You need to calm down." "Genevieve!" Micah panted, tired and out of breath from yelling and fighting. "The Raiders!" Every one of us looked at Genevieve and froze. She wouldn't look at anyone in the eye. She'd shut her eyes completely, and as tight as she could. After a few moments, she squatted and covered her face with her hands, and soon her shoulders started shaking. I'd never seen this kind of reaction from her before, and she wasn't the type to break down in front of everyone. I would have gone forward to say something or offer comfort if I didn't think it would get Micah riled up again. While she finally removed her hands, I expected to see tears, but she looked so unbelievably unsure of how to process it all that she was laughing. On top of the way she'd been acting toward me lately, and the remaining grief of losing Camp and Cap, she couldn't take in the joy of Micah being alive, and that he remembered me, and that he hated me, all at the same time. It was an overwhelmed and frustrated laughter, a silent laughter, like she couldn't believe this was really happening. She stood as it faded, and desperate for some other release, as she got to her feet, she turned, swinging hard and slamming her fist into the side of the truck. The thud rang through the air while she hung her arms over it, facing away from everyone, and she dropped her head against the metal. I was confused, and when I glanced over, I could see that I wasn't the only one. Everyone stared, tense in the thick silence, waiting for something else to happen. Eventually, Genevieve took a deep breath and turned, looking like she'd regained some semblance of composure. "Blake," she said, wiping her hand over her forehead. "Take everyone inside, introduce them to April." Michael looked like he was about to protest, but Blake gave him a hard scowl, and the kids started forward obediently with the rest of them. Genevieve didn't even look at me, and she followed behind the group into the urgent care. However, when Blake went straight to gather them around the reception desk where April was, Genevieve veered right to head down the hall. She took another right into an exam room, and when I trailed her in, she was at the opposite end, bent over to rest her head on the counter. "Genevieve," I prompted cautiously, extending a hand to barely touch her back. She straightened up, and when she turned, she looked almost as pale as she had the night we lost Cap. "You're shaking," I said worriedly, taking her quivering hands in mine. I was going to bring them to my chest to try and warm them, but when I noticed that she was sweating, I put the back of my hand to her forehead. But she didn't have a fever. She was cold and wet, and she was breathing in fast, shallow gulps. "It's too much," she murmured, wiping a trembling hand across her forehead. "He knows you. It's all too much." After swiping the sweat, her fingers clutched at her hairline. "My chest hurts, and my head's gonna explode." Hey. I cupped her face, trying to get her to look at me. She'd cracked. She'd lost it. "Relax. It's okay." "I can't breathe." She took in a wheezing breath, dropping her hand to take the sleeve of my jacket in her shaky fingers, steadying herself. "I can't breathe. You have to do something. Kiss me." "What?" "It's too much. I need to stop thinking." She blinked hard like she was trying to will away an onset of dizziness, and her free hand gripped at the fabric over her chest. "Echo, please." I tilted my head forward, catching her lips before she could finish. Her skin was ice cold. I could feel every shallow, rapid breath forced out through her nose, and for the first few seconds, the kiss was weak and frigid. Then she inhaled deep, and when she exhaled again, I felt some of her anxiety melt away with it. The grip on my coat sleeve loosened, her lips softened, and her arms moved around to my back so that she could pull me closer while she pushed into me. Because of her state, I didn't let the kiss deepen too much. Now wasn't the time to push her. And as soon as I'd felt that she'd calmed down some, I pulled away, just enough to rest my forehead against hers. "Relax," I repeated soothingly. "It's okay." I could still feel her hands trembling against my back, but her breathing had slowed, and some of the heat was returning to her face. "You can talk to him. I'll just..." My thumb ran over her cheek. "I'll avoid him." "What if..." Her eyes squeezed shut once more, and she inhaled shakily. "I've seen how you deal with threats." I lifted my face away from hers, trying to ignore how much that felt like a crippling blow to everything I'd been working for. "Genevieve, look at me," I said seriously. She had enough stress without worrying how I'd deal with Micah. It took a few moments for her to open her eyes. "I would never hurt him," I told her. "I'd die before taking him from you again." Her chin dropped with the smallest of nods, but her expression deadened as she disappeared in thought. I wish I knew what was going on through her head. Wish I knew how it would affect us, and how things would change. What if by avoiding him, I had to start avoiding her too? The idea was terrifying, but sacrifice was the only valuable thing I had left to give. "He's alive," I emphasized, using my hands to direct her blank stare toward me. "You should be happy." That put a clear spark of life back into those dark brown eyes. "Your brother..." I dropped my hands to her shoulders, giving her a forced but joyful shake. She let out a huff of laughter. "He is alive." "You should go talk to him," I suggested. But even as the color returned to her cheeks, I could feel my own hope fading. If Micah never forgave me, I doubted I'd ever have a real chance with Genevieve. "Show him around. Ask him what he's done all these years, where he's been."
The doctor needs to be debriefed.
Me and Blake can do that. It wasn't just that I thought that she'd want to catch up with him. I wasn't sure if I could calm another panic attack if he came at me again. You need a break. Genevieve raised one hand to set against the side of my neck.
Thank you,
she said. And when I shrugged with feigned coolness, her lips met my cheek before she gave me a long, grateful hug. She sighed as she pulled away, but it was cut short halfway through, and she froze as her eyes darted past me. I turned to follow her gaze, and my heart dropped when I saw Micah. He must have snuck away from the group to find us. It had just been a hug. I don't know if he'd caught the kiss on the cheek, but it was obvious he knew there was more to it. He looked furious, and I tensed to prepare myself for another fight. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," he growled, and the next second he took off running, disappearing back down the hall.
"Micah!"
Genevieve called, instantly sprinting after him and leaving me in the stillness of the exam room. Now that Genevieve was gone, I felt my eyes fill with involuntary tears. But I immediately sniffled and cleared my throat, forcing it away because now wasn't the time to break down or worry. After taking a deep, composing breath, I strode out of the room and headed toward the reception area. Blake had been on his way to come get me, and he reached me as I got to the end of the hall. "Are you okay?" he asked, quietly enough that nobody else could hear. "If he can't let it go," I started, stressfully pressing my fingers over my eyes. "If he forces her to choose, Blake, he's family." And I had to sniffle again to keep from getting teary-eyed. "I'm not okay." His lips pursed with pained sympathy, and he wrapped his arms around my shoulders to give me a hug. I let it linger for a moment before it threatened to make me break down, and then I shrugged him off. "I can't think about it yet," I mumbled, trying to push back the emotion. "We have to debrief the doctor." "I can do it alone, if—" "No," I interrupted. "The last thing I want to do right now is stew in it." He nodded, and we both strode back to the front desk where everyone was waiting. When we reached it, I held my hand out to the doctor. Echo." The older man looked hesitant. Whether Micah had told him about that night at the elementary school, I wasn't sure, but eventually he shook my hand. "Samuel Asa." I extended my reach to the new soldier and repeated, "Echo." "Marcus Tipton," he introduced himself, shaking with me in a noticeably firm grip. Things felt awkwardly quiet after that. It was clear everyone was curious about what had happened, but I wasn't up for explaining to strangers. Thankfully, Blake spoke up. "How was your journey?" he asked the doctor. "Good," Dr. Isa nodded enthusiastically. "Your soldiers handled themselves excellently. I felt very safe." There was still tension, so we turned to April before it got awkward again. "Marcus tells me that you've been working on a cure." "Yes," April adjusted the glasses over her blue eyes. "I've tried everything I could think of, but I've had no luck." Dr. Isa nodded with understanding. "Have you made any breakthroughs?" "No," he answered immediately. "So far I've been unable to find a cure, but my research has brought me a better understanding of what we're dealing with." "What kind of research?" April asked. "All kinds," he answered, shrugging his backpack off of his shoulders to pull something out. "But most revealing had been the autopsies of infected brains." He produced a small sealed vial, only an inch long and less than that in diameter, and set it down on the counter. I had to get closer to even see what was in it, and everyone else did the same, leaning forward until our faces were crowded together. What the hell? Blake muttered. The vial was filled with clear fluid, but that wasn't what we were staring at. It was the organism suspended in it, little more than a spot amongst the liquid, and only the size of the tip of a pen. But even the spot wasn't what was eye-catching, as what looked like thousands of strands protruding from the organism, so thin that they were only visible because of their length and quantity. There were so many of them that, now that I looked more closely, I could see they clouded the clear liquid. "How did you spot this?" April managed in an almost speechless breath. "Trial and error." The doctor leaned over to copy our gazes. "It took me many a dissection to finally find it." I shivered, resisting the urge to take a terrified step back. "This is the parasite?" Dr. Isa nodded. "These strands, flagella they're called, they were coiled and weaved throughout the brain." April leaned in even more, squinting through her glasses. "How did you remove it with the flagella still intact?" "Fascinating, isn't it?" he added knowingly, and then shrugged. "I didn't do anything. I even tried slicing them under the microscope. They're fibrous, but unbreakable." "Is it alien?" Garcia mused, looking up at the doctor. "It looks alien." Dr. Isa chuckled. "I assure you, everything about it is entirely terrestrial." "What's the purpose of the flagella?" Imogen asked, straightening up and folding her arms across her chest. "As best as I can tell," the doctor answered. "Multiple." He picked up the vial and held it between his index finger and thumb, extending it for us to see. "Watch how some of the strands gravitate toward me." It was like a magnet, and half of the long tiny strings moved up or down toward his fingers. "Is it still alive?" April gasped. "I don't know, but it's stimulated by electricity. That's how it takes over the human body." Dr. Isa looked at the rest of us to explain. "The human brain functions off electrical signals. With these strands weaved through the brain, the parasite can monitor and input and output the signals." "Monitor," April repeated, "as opposed to—" "Creating," the doctor answered. "Or altering. I've seen cognitive developments among the infected, some even being capable of strategy." "The hunters," I supplied, to which he nodded in consent. "It's my theory that the parasite through these flagella can only absorb what the brain fires off, can only stop certain signals. It can't create new ones, or alter ones produced." "So the hunters," April prompted, "they're adapting." Dr. Isa nodded. "But it's a parasite that's evolving, not the host." "I don't understand," Garcia said. "Because of the increased scarcity of food," the doctor began to explain, "some of the parasites are evolving at a greater skill. They're honing the ability to decipher more complicated electrical signals, and allowing the right pulses through in order for the host to be capable of some pre-infection intelligence." He paused to make sure that we were following, and took in the horrified looks on all of our faces. "It's only a theory, of course," he said, as if to be reassuring. It was anything but reassuring. "The other night," I said, as he set the vial back down, "I saw a hunter that had mud on its face and groin. Is that part of the intelligence?" The doctor's eyebrows furrowed thoughtfully. "Only the face and genitals." I nodded. It was quiet for a minute while I thought, and then Imogen spoke. "That sounds like shame." Dr. Isa's dark eyes darted up, and he huffed with what looked like amused disbelief. "The human brain is an intricate machine," he mused. "I suppose it's entirely possible that the parasite's more likely to let stray signals slip through when its connection with the brain becomes more complex. You mean emotion? I muttered, feeling my heart sink. It lets the host feel emotion? This was my worst nightmare come to life. My greatest fear was being trapped in a feral, still feeling it. Now it seemed like that wasn't only possible, but likely. I folded my hands behind my head nervously. That's so fucked up. Not purposefully, Dr. Isa said. Do you think, April chimed in, that the parasite might allow enough impulses through for the brain to fight back, so that the host can reclaim control? The doctor's lips pursed unsuredly. I honestly don't know. I've never seen it happen. Never heard of anyone who's come out of it. After another moment of thought, he shook his head. I don't see how the brain could immunize itself. Not like the body does against a bacteria or a virus. What does the parasite get out of this? Imogen asked. What is it feeding off of? That's another thing I'm not entirely sure of. Dr. Isa picked up the veil again, watching the strands separate. But especially given a feral's appetite, I think it feeds off of pleasure chemicals in the brain, among others, perhaps. He pointed with his free hand to the vial. I believe the remaining flagella attach to chemical receptors, intercepting their transmission for sustenance. April held out a hand, silently asking to look at the vial. What about reproduction? Dr. Isa gave it to her, while he answered. I don't know that either. Somehow it releases offspring into the host saliva and bloodstream. But it's self-reproducing, April asked, holding it mere inches from her face. The doctor gave a simple nod. It appears so. I blew air out of the side of my lips. I think that's all I can handle right now. Blake and Garcia nodded in agreement. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Dr. Isa nodded with some enthusiasm. I wanted to discuss setting up a place in a facility here, where I could continue research on subjects, maybe healthy ones. I glanced at Blake to see his approval when I shook my head. We'd talked about it with Genevieve when we were speculating the doctor's arrival. She was decided against ever bringing a feral on base. No, not inside the gates. Despite the doctor's obvious disappointment, he smiled amicably. I'll try to make do. April, do you think that you can get him set up somewhere? I asked, to which April happily agreed. After that, the rest of us, including Tripton, started back toward the front of the base. Echo, Imogen said, hurrying up to walk on the opposite side of me as Blake. Why can't the doctor test ferals? Genevieve doesn't want them on base, I answered. It's too risky. Yeah, but look at how much he knows already. Her brown eyes went from me to Blake. How else is he supposed to find a cure? I get it, Imogen, I do, I said. But it's not my decision. You have to take it up with Genevieve. She sighed, nodding with defeat as we neared the entrance of the base. Some of the soldiers, who'd been building a containment fence at the gate when we left, were still working on it when we got back. Genevieve was sitting alone at the table we'd been planning at earlier, silently watching the soldiers work. Blake noticed her there and directed our other companions away so that I could go to her by myself. Hey, I said timidly. She looked at me as I sat at the edge of the table, and I guess it was a relief that one corner of her mouth turned up in a small greeting smile. Where's Micah? She tossed a thumb toward the barracks. Picking out a room, she said, and then added gloomily, in the opposite building that we're in. He doesn't want to be near me. I shrugged. I get it. He's pissed at me too, Genevieve sighed, propping her chin on her closed fist.
He didn't want to hear a thing I had to say after I admitted knowing that you were there that night.
I didn't know how to respond. I was terrified of the moment she'd tell me to stay away from her because her brother was more important than me.
He's got more of an attitude than I do,
she said, giving a dry chuckle. He blames me, I said knowingly, for your dad. Genevieve pinched the bridge of her nose. This was hard for her. I knew it, because even if she didn't hate me as much, she still blamed me too.
I think mostly for separating us.
She looked up at me for only a moment before glancing away again.
The last 6 years, I thought he was dead. It was easier to accept. But he had no idea where I was, or if I was still alive.
The fingers of one hand were shaking again, and she gripped them in her other to stop it.
You didn't just take his family, Echo. You took his certainty, his closure. You took years that we could have been together. I don't know what's worse.
I could tell her eyes were watery, and she added through a teary laugh.
And I'm pretty sure he thinks you brainwashed me.
Through the fresh guilt and the remaining fear in what Genevieve would do about this, all I managed was an amused twitch of my mouth. I couldn't blame Micah for thinking the way that he did, or being upset. He had no idea what Genevieve and I had been through since I'd left the Raiders. From his perspective, our relationship had to look wrong. But his wasn't the perspective that I cared about. I began hesitantly. How are you feeling about it? She stared beyond me toward the gate, and I couldn't tell if she hadn't understood what I was asking, or if she was thinking about an answer. I mean, I didn't get Micah killed, and that's something, right? Her gaze never wavered, and still she didn't respond. It can make it easier for me to fix things, I continued almost pleadingly. Maybe you and me...
I don't know, Echo,
she interrupted impatiently.
I don't know what I'm thinking. Don't know what I'm feeling. And I have a million other things to worry over right now.
She stood, squeezing her eyes shut as she took in a stressed breath.
I need time to figure this out.
She turned, grumbling as she walked away.
Stop pressuring me.
Thanks for putting me out of my misery, I mumbled after her sarcastically, even though she couldn't hear me. In desperate need of a distraction, for the next couple of hours, I hoped the soldiers finished the fence. They were all happy and excited about the doctor and the rest of our troops being back, joking and roughhousing while we all put the gate together. Blake and Imogen helped too, even managing to squeeze a few smiles out of me. It was enough that I'd almost forgotten about all the trouble, until the fence was done, and then it was time for dinner. Micah was nowhere to be found when I walked into the cafeteria, so I dropped myself down at Genevieve's side. She tensed up a little when I did, and refused to look at me, like she thought I was going to bring up redemption again. But I knew better, so I gave her a playful nudge with my elbow, as some attempt at reconciliation, and she pursed her lips to hold back a smile as she bumped me in return. It helped to lessen the tension between us that everyone was celebrating Tripton's return with the doctor. There were salvaged bottles of alcohol being passed around. Then a silence fell over a part of the cafeteria. Like a wave, it spread until everyone watched Micah sit down across from Genevieve and I, right at Garcia's side. I couldn't say I was surprised everyone knew. It was bound to happen eventually. But word got around faster than I'd thought. Now they were all watching, like they were waiting for something dramatic to happen. I refused to make eye contact with the kid, but I could feel him glaring at me. For the first time in my life, I scooted an inch away from Genevieve. Blake cleared his throat, and in order to divert attention, he got up to stand on the bench. "I want to make a toast," he announced, holding up his cup of watered-down whiskey. Slowly, everyone around shifted focus on Blake, raising their own glasses for the toast. "To Tripton, welcome home, buddy, and Doc." Blake shrugged, glancing down at me, and gave a subtle roll of his eyes. "Here's hoping." Everyone said some form of cheers, and as Blake sat back down, conversation flooded the room again. I wanted to hug him, but the kid was still watching me, and in some ways, I was afraid to even move. I didn't know him at all. Didn't know if he'd try to attack me again, or if he was content for now just staring me down. What made it worse was that if he decided to come at me, I couldn't let myself fight back. I felt tense, and after only a few minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. I threw back the rest of my drink and stood. "I'm going outside," I mumbled grumpily, feeling his eyes on my back until I disappeared out the door. When I got outside, I strode to the metal trash can, and I didn't care if anyone inside could see me. I kicked it, sending it clattering to the ground, where I smashed my boot into it again. "Temper, temper," said Imogen's voice from near the doors. I was too upset and frustrated with the situation to keep myself from growling. "If you're out here to judge me, then you can go away." And I kicked the garbage can one last time. Imogen gave a surprised chuckle. "When have I ever given you the impression of judging you?" She was right. I never felt judged by her. I took a deep breath, calming myself so it would be completely sincere, when I gave her an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry." She hopped up to sit on the surface of the table, patting the spot beside her. "I'm out here," she explained, seemingly unconcerned with how rude I'd been, "because I thought it'd be easier to convince you to convince Genevieve to let the doctor test Farrell's." "You ask her?" I asked, taking the empty bit of table next to her. "Barely got 2 words out before she shut me down," she answered. "I can't convince her. She's the most stubborn person I know." I couldn't help but chuckle when she pouted at me in protest. "And you're barking up the wrong tree. Even if she'd listen to me, to be honest, I don't really believe in a cure. Safety is more important." She sighed in defeat, so I told her with a guilty shrug, "Sorry. Try asking her again when things are so damn tense around here." "What's the deal with that, anyway?" Imogen asked. "The kid's her long-lost brother or something. Why he mad at you?" "The ability to hold a grudge runs in the family," I answered, leaning back on my hands. Imogen's eyebrows furrowed with intense curiosity. "Okay. Seriously, what did you do?" "She got their father killed," replied a deep voice from behind us. It was Tripton, and he strode forward as he added, "Almost got Micah killed, too." "What do you know about it?" I asked defensively. "It's all everyone's been talking about all day." Tripton laughed, and then to Imogen, "I'm surprised you haven't heard about it yet." Imogen simply shook her head, so Tripton returned his gaze to me. "Tell you what, though, I think the way you worked your way into Genevieve's bed is what the kid's gonna be wondering for years. I'm mighty curious myself." He took a sip from the cup he was holding in his hand. "She a short fuse, like a brother? I bet that makes for a firecracker when things heat up. How many of those scars you get from her?" I clenched my fist while my eyes narrowed at him. The only reason I hadn't decked him yet for sticking his nose where it didn't belong is because there was something playful behind his expression. He was being annoyingly blunt and abrasive, but there was a friendliness behind his dark eyes. When I didn't say anything in response, he held out his hand, demanding, "Let me see it." "See what?" I asked shortly. "The tat I caught a glimpse on your wrist." He motioned again. "Let me see it." I held out my arm for him willingly, but he grabbed it anyway, roughly pulling it closer. "For a raider, you don't look like much," he mused with a quiet chuckle. All I did was scowl at him. "I've seen this one before. Some asshole in Colorado." When he let go of my wrist with a teasing spark in his eyes, I figured him out. I'd seen the guys I lived with for years act this way with each other, though none of them ever did it to the girls. Tripton must have recognized it in me, where I'd come from, the attitude I'd have. He was sizing me up, getting a feel for how well we'd mesh by being something of an instigator. Everything about him, from his ruggedness straight to his being a prick, it was endearingly familiar. He was rough, and I understood it because I'd spent the last 6 years with people who knew it as the only way to survive. The difference with Tripton was that he'd ended up on the good guy's side. Understanding him so easily was a comfort, though I didn't know how far he'd take this, or if he even wanted me to see it through. But in my experience, this exchange peaked at a physical confrontation and ended with friendly slaps on the back. After how stressful today had been, a scuffle actually sounded like a nice release of frustration. It almost seemed as if Tripton knew that. He'd been there when Micah attacked me. He'd seen that I'd resigned before it even started. Maybe he could tell already that wasn't who I was. And if I wouldn't fight Micah, he was giving me an outlet. Evan, I supplied the guy's name. He was the only raider in 6 years, aside from me, who I'd known to leave our group alive. Guess he made it somewhere. Not for long, Tripton countered. I killed him. He watched me, and when I didn't react, he added encouragingly, Tell you what, I put a couple of bullets in him. The blankness of my expression was unwavering. Nothing, huh? He asked, clearly disappointed that I didn't react. Imogen, I said, nodding toward the opposite end of the cafeteria patio. Go sit over there for a minute, and don't move. Tripton grinned, and at sensing what was happening, Imogen looked like she was about to protest. I'll be okay, I assured her. Not going to shed a tear for your old pal? Tripton asked, while he hesitantly moved a few feet away. You got a heart in there, Echo. I never liked him. I used my thumb to pick under my fingernails with exaggerated boredom. I never liked any of them. But what about you? He raised his eyebrows at me, a pleased glint in his eye that I was talking back. Was more than one bullet necessary? Your aim that bad, or did you actually enjoy it? He huffed with laughter, licking his lips through a smile. Probably about as necessary as the elementary school. I gave a humorless, sarcastic chuckle, and we both fell silent to see who was going to make the first move. Even though this was his way of familiarizing himself with me, the last statement resulted a small spark of genuine offense. So I pushed off the table, lunging forward to try and get my arms around his neck. He used my own momentum to spin me completely around, slamming my back down on the surface of the table. Whenever I'd seen the guys do this in the past, it seemed like there was an impact rule against throwing punches. While it was tempting not to, I was going to have to rely on fair play to get out of this one. All in one swift movement, I wrapped my legs around his torso, knocking off the grip of the arm pinning me down, and shot up to wrap my own arm around his neck. When I had a grip on him, I fell back down, pulling him forward and off balance enough that I could roll sideways. It knocked us both to the ground, but he didn't look like he was expecting me to retaliate so skillfully. By the time we landed with a thud on the damp cement, I grabbed his arm, twisting it behind his back, as I pushed him onto his stomach, locking him in place. Tripton let out a strained chuckle and tapped his free palm against the ground. I underestimated you. Don't let it happen again, I told him teasingly, and after I stood, I offered a hand to help him up. I heard Imogen laugh too, and when I glanced over, she was clapping with amusement. Thank you. I took a bow, straightening up right as Genevieve burst out the doors. She must have been watching from inside the cafeteria, because she looked both scared and mad. Angry commander, Tripton muttered under his breath. That's my cue to split. Before striding off, he leaned in so only I could hear him and whispered, Don't let Micah get to you. He doesn't know what it's like to not be taken care of.
Echo,
Genevieve whined as Tripton retreated back into the building.
Please tell me you didn't just make another enemy.
She seemed so desperate for me to reassure her. I doubted she could handle another conflict right now. Am I bleeding? I asked rhetorically. Is he dead? She hesitantly shook her head. We were just messing around. Since she'd been having a rough day, or week, I added sincerely. Didn't mean to scare you.
Are you sure?
She glanced behind her into the cafeteria, searching for Tripton. There was a protective nature in the turn of her gaze, and when she looked back at me, I smiled, gratefully, for the fact that she'd been so ready to come to my rescue. But Tripton wasn't so bad. I promise. In fact, I actually kind of liked him. Chapter 42. The Ones I Hold Dear. Dugan. In the open courtyard of this home, there was no hiding from the sun. The rocky hill at the back of the house absorbed heat, so that even sitting under the shade of a large potted plant, like I was now, I could still feel the warm waves radiating from the stone. It was a wonder how Trish was still sleeping on the ground at my side. The scorching morning had woken me nearly an hour ago. But that was all she'd been doing for the last few days since we'd been here. Sleeping. Eating just enough so that I wouldn't complain about her stomach growling. Staring. Sleeping some more. She was barely talking, and the fact that she was sharing a sleeping bag with me felt like habit more than a desire to be close. But I refused to think beyond a stab of pain her distance caused. A stab I forced down as deep as I could. I refused to try to cheer her up anymore, because she was angry, and it did nothing for either of us. I refused to think that I hadn't just lost Chrissy that night. Some of the others were up, either having woken recently or been up all night because they were already used to it. There was a small fire going in that open pit, so even though it was too hot to seek warmth, I grabbed a can of beans and carried it over to heat it up. Nobody said anything to me, not Danny or Rachel or one of the other women, Lucy. Buck nodded at me once and went back to sipping from the metal coffee cup. The others glanced at me ever so often, awkwardly, and only for a moment. None of them knew what to say. It only took a couple of minutes for the food to heat up, but by the time I wandered back to the sleeping bag, Patricia was sitting up, leaning back against that large garden pot. I put the hot tin down in front of her, and then handed her a spoon from my backpack. She stared at the beans before touching them, with a lack of appetite so severe that it translated to revulsion in her dark brown eyes and in the downward curve of her mouth. But she'd given up arguing with me about eating, and eventually picked up the can to force down the few bites. She stomached all that she could, leaving the other 3/4 of the can for me to finish. I consumed it in silence. When it was gone, I licked the spoon clean and put it back in my bag, and we sat there in continued sullenness. I saw Buck look at us a handful of times, appearing like he wanted to come over. If I'd had the spirit to be encouraging, I would have given him a smile. But my spirit was wounded. Trish's was broken. Even without it, the next time Buck looked at us, he gathered the courage to walk our way. "Morning," he greeted, with a sympathetic lack of enthusiasm. Now I managed to purse my lips with perception. Patricia didn't so much as look at him. "We've been talking," Buck began, "about heading north." He squatted down so he was eye level with us, and reached down uncomfortably to busy himself with fingering the zipper of the sleeping bag. "Lucy has some family up there that she wants to look for. Figured we'd leave tonight." He took a sip from his coffee cup and looked at me. "I know you've suffered a loss, and it hasn't exactly been enough time to recover." His focus wandered over to Trish, who finally acknowledged him with her eyes. "But you're more than welcome to come. It's probably not good to stick around one place for too long." I looked at Patricia, trying to read her expression. She was peering beyond Buck at those around the fire, looking like she wasn't going to offer a response anytime soon. "I appreciate it, Buck." I began to decline, but...
"We'll talk about it,"
Trish interjected, meeting his gaze again with unexpected finality. He stood, and as he made his way to walk away, she added,
"Thank you."
He looked from her to me, a mixture of discomfort and pity marrying every line of his weathered face. After giving a short nod, he strode away, leaving us alone. I watched Trish closely, but not even 12 years of marriage could have helped me know what was going on in her mind. Couldn't have prepared me for what we were going through. I waited minutes for her to tell me what she was thinking, to talk about Buck's proposal, but she said nothing. Not until I took a deep breath, preparing to start the conversation on my own, did she say,
"I want to go."
"I don't think that's a good idea," I told her gently. I could see the displeasure, for when the first time in days she looked at me in the eyes. "Traveling in a group like that," I mused, shaking my head.
"It's safer,"
she argued weakly, and her gaze was gone, locked onto her hands in her lap.
"The more of us there are, the better. And they have weapons."
"We could find weapons," I said. Riley woke from somewhere nearby, and I paused while he passed us for the fire, reluctant to let anyone hear our conversation. A group is more obvious. There are more people to worry about, to watch out for, and they're distractions. I leaned forward, trying to catch her focus to tell her urgently, "You're the only one that matters to me." Her eyes flooded with tears, but she blinked them away. Then she was gone again, retreated back into her mind, unwilling to try and convince me anymore that we should go along with Buck. The whole day passed, quiet and desolate, until the sun started going down. We watched Buck's group eat a final meal in the courtyard. We watched them pack their things. We watched them file out one by one, until only Buck remained. He squatted down in that same spot he had earlier, and with how long it took him to say anything, it was almost like he was worried we weren't coming. "If you folks change your minds, we're headed for Idaho." He was holding a hunting rifle in his hands, which he laid out on the ground in front of us. "Rachel convinced me to leave this with you. Only ammo is what's in the magazine. It's half full, but it's something. Didn't feel right leaving you here without a gun." It was so generous that whatever sense of humanity I had left almost tempted me to decline the gift. but that would have been a mistake. So instead, I extended my hand. "Thank you, Buck, for everything." He took my hand in his own, giving it a firm shake. "Take care." For the gun, Trish managed to give him a small smile, and then he left us in the courtyard. The only light, the dying flames of the fire. Once he was gone, Trish slid under the sleeping bag, turning her back to me and pulling the covers up to her neck. It wasn't any different than any other night, but now I had the vague sense that she was upset we weren't going with the group. "Trish," I prompted, leaning the rifle against the large planter to get it out of the way. I waited a minute for her to say something, but when the only response I got was a teary sniffle, I let out a somber sigh and let it go. 12 years of marriage, and it was with timidity that I slid into the sleeping bag next to her. 12 years, and I was too afraid to wrap my arms around her. I fell asleep second-guessing my decision not to go. I didn't think it would be safer, but maybe being around people would have helped both of us recover more easily. Maybe the distraction would have been a good thing. And I might have given in if Trish had been her usual stubborn self and fought a little harder. When I woke the next morning, my wife wasn't at my side. I lifted my head, hopeful that she'd finally decided to eat on her own, and was at the fire heating up a can of food. But she wasn't there. I sat up. "Trish," I called, scanning the edges of the courtyard while I pushed myself to my feet. There was no answer, but even though the house was large and somewhat secluded, I was too anxious to call louder. Thinking she'd gone to explore the rest of the home, I wandered inside. "Patricia," I implored, my voice echoing through the empty hall. It was eerily still, and as a knot began to form in my gut, I took the knife from the sheath around my forearm. I called her name again, as I searched the bedroom, and then again on the second floor. She wasn't there. And I went back down to check the panic room, but there was already an icy sickness at the pit of my stomach. Something happened to her. My pace picked up as I reached the courtyard again, crossing it toward the panic room. "Trish," I said once more, surveying the empty panic room. Then it sank in, and my heart dropped straight out of my chest. "Trish," I whispered. She was gone. "Patricia!" I darted for the front of the house, and I didn't stop until I sprinted out the door and into the bright desert street. I sprinted through the light of the sun, struggling to search the distance as tears flooded my eyes. "Trish!" My holler caused a single feral to round the corner of the nearest home, and when it caught sight of me, it took my direction. I brushed the water from my eyes and continued searching, but by the time the feral was getting too close, there wasn't a human to be seen. Now I had to run. As the feral neared me, I bolted back into the house, ducking behind the door with my knife gripped tight in my hand. The moment it came sprinting through the entrance, I plunged the blade into its midsection, only to pull it out so I could deliver one more deadly blow. I didn't stop to think once it collapsed. I rushed to the courtyard. The rifle was still leaning up where I'd put it last night, but her backpack was gone. My frantic hands pushed aside layers of blankets and then ran over the ground, leading me toward the fire where I searched the chairs and the plants, looking for some kind of a note, hoping she'd left some sign to tell me that she'd gone out for supplies. There was nothing. She'd gone after the group and left me here. I knew it in the deeply shattered pieces of my heart. What made it worse was that I didn't understand. I couldn't comprehend when she'd left, or how, or why. It didn't make sense that she could just walk away without a word, after 12 years. I couldn't even think anymore, and I couldn't make it back to the sleeping bag. I collapsed on the hot stone ground beside the cold fire, and I cried. I knew they were going to Idaho, but I didn't know where in Idaho, or if they were stopping somewhere else first, or how long they'd stay, or if Trish had even caught up with them and if she was safe. I was completely alone. No friends, no family, no closure, or hope, or purpose. I sat there for 2 days, unmoving, even after the tears stopped coming. I sat there while my misery traveled through fits of depression, anger, confusion, and back again. I sat there until I couldn't hold myself up anymore, until I dropped to lay my cheek against the hard ground, and I slept. "Keep it slow," I whispered to Kara from the passenger seat, even though the window of the Hummer was rolled up. We were driving through a small town in the dead of night, doing a quick scan to see whether or not it was worth searching for supplies. We'd taken back roads all the way here to Irving, Kentucky, hoping to avoid popular interstates, where we were more likely to run into raiders. Kara eased off the gas, keeping the engine from running too high so that it wouldn't make too much noise.
"None of the shops have any signs,"
she observed, squinting out the window and trying to see without the headlights on.
"How do we know what's in them?"
"I don't know." My stomach grumbled loudly, and I adjusted in the seat, thinking it might help the empty burning in my gut. Shifting put a pang in my chest, but I kept from reacting, worried Kara would finally notice what I'd been trying to hide. My condition was getting worse. Before I was out of breath easily, but the pain only came when I did something to bring it on. Now it was incessant, and it was spreading to the right side. There was endless pressure on my good lung, hindering breathing that was already stunted, and I could feel my heart working strenuously to circulate what little oxygen it was getting. I was tired, always tired, and it didn't help that we were barely eating. "Go back to the bridge," I told Kara, and she immediately began to turn around. "We'll park across the water and walk in." She steered us back to the edge of town and the bridge, and once across the water, she pulled the Hummer off of the dirt shoulder.
"Are we going to be in Pennsylvania soon?"
she asked, shutting off the engine and opening her door. "Kara," I breathed, and even though what I felt was worry, the pain and exhaustion I felt caused it to come out as frustration. She'd hardly slept since we left Oklahoma, insisting on getting to Pittsburgh as fast as we could. When we did stop, she was still too restless to drift off, and the 2 scarce meals we'd eaten she'd consumed like it was an inconvenience, an unnecessary halt to our progress. I was worried about her, about how desperate she was for revenge, but I'd been too tired and too out of breath to do more than give her concerned looks.
"I'm just asking,"
she replied defensively, closing the door as hard as she dared to emphasize her offense. I dropped my head back against the seat, kneading my fingers over my eyes, reminding myself that I wasn't the only one who was tired, and restless, and impatient, and hungry. After pushing open the door, I eased myself out of the passenger seat and worked my way around to the back of the vehicle, where Kara had opened the rear hatch. She was pulling out our backpacks and weapons, leaning our garden tools against the bumper, and when she grabbed that gun with a single bullet, she hesitated. She held the grip in one hand, while the other was rested under the barrel, her thumb running over the polished ridges of the cylinder. For a minute she just stared at it, her jaw working side to side with recognizable fury. Then she handed it easily to me, like she hadn't just hesitated, and like she hadn't so clearly been considering the enemy she'd used that single bullet for. I took the weapon, reluctant to acknowledge what I'd just seen so it wouldn't upset her. "We've got one state between us and Pennsylvania," I told her, sticking the revolver into the back of my pants. She swung her backpack over her shoulders and then leaned with both hands resting on the butt end of her shovel.
"That's better than I thought."
"I know," I began, lifting my own bag to put it on my back. "If Jed and them are there, we're gonna have to come up with a plan." The pack was only over my shoulders for a few seconds before I was positive that I wouldn't be able to carry it. And with how little supplies we had in it, it couldn't have weighed more than 10 pounds. But because I was so exhausted, it felt like 50. Plus, trying to hold myself straight with the added weight increased the pain in my chest. Never mind that I still had to hold my garden spear.
"If Wolf is alive, we have to get him first,"
Kara said, watching as I took off my backpack. I simply nodded, lacking the heart to tell her that people with such little regard for human life probably didn't think much of dogs. I doubted Wolf was alive.
"You're not taking your backpack?"
"If we run into trouble, I want to be able to maneuver," I offered, reluctant to lie completely. "The bag makes it harder." After I set it back in the vehicle, she closed the hatch, shutting it as quietly as she could.
"You'd think your ribs would be at least getting a little better by now,"
she mused, following at my side as we started back across the bridge. I gave a small shrug. Bones take longer to heal. She nodded, unsurely in response, and we both fell silent to trudge into town. There were plenty of buildings along this main street, but Kara had been right about them not having any signs. Most of them had the names of the businesses posted on the awnings over the front door, but they were so old and faded it was impossible to make out the words. Others might have had names painted in the windows at one point, but now the windows were too dusty and it was too dark to see through. They appeared to be small doctors' offices and saloons anyway, not the kind of places we'd be likely to find food.
"There's a hospital somewhere,"
Kara whispered, pointing to a blue sign with a white H on it.
"Maybe it'll have some medicine for you."
I wasn't sure what medicine could do for me, but I looked at the sign and nodded in agreement. "Hey, wait," I said, glimpsing 4 faint letters in the window beyond the hospital sign. SHER. I strode over, ignoring the aching in my chest, and when I raised an arm to wipe the dust off the window. "Sheriff," I read aloud, and when Kara met my gaze with a smile, I wiggled my eyebrows at her happily. Taking the doorknob in my hand, I gave it a twist, pleased to find that it was unlocked. I pushed it open, and when I heard the beginning chime of a bell above the door, my arm shot up, grabbing the tongue to stop the noise. Reaching up so rapidly sent pain shooting through my torso, but all I could do was purse my lips and clench my teeth, because I couldn't grunt it out, and I didn't want Kara to see how much it hurt. I motioned her into the office, relieved when she passed through, and I could go in, lowering my arm to let the door close behind us. There were no ferals in this one-room, one-story office, but there had been at some point. One of the desks was overturned, and old papers and office supplies littered the floor. I was hoping that we might find a weapon in the sheriff's station, or some ammunition. There was neither, nor any other sorts of weapons or food. so we made our way back out onto the street. Upon exiting the office, I felt a chill go up my spine until it spread through my limbs, raising every hair on my arms and neck. There was no breeze to account for it, but the feeling in my gut was explanation enough. It was instinct. You feel that?
What?
Kara asked. I squinted through the dark, scanning every shadow and corner, like we're being watched. Kara's head swiveled around as she took in our surroundings.
You think it's another one of those stalker ferals?
I don't know. Maybe. I murmured suspiciously. Stay close, okay? She gave a ready nod, and we started forward once more. The first cross street we passed didn't look like it had much down on it, so we continued on. The next one appeared a little more promising, and I figured we could head through the circle back around to the main street. There were more offices and small shops along this road, pointless for scavenging, and I was already panting for air from walking. Here a florist, there a lawyer, next a bank. The shops were so casual that it caught me off guard when the next building we passed had the words Estill County Jail posted on the outside. It seemed like an awkward place for a jail, but it might have better supplies than the empty sheriff's office. At the entrance to the jail, I leaned back against the wall, catching my breath so I wouldn't be gasping too loudly when we went inside. I'm ready to call it a night as soon as we find some food, I said with a soft chuckle. Kara's hazel eyes took me in, and she glanced back in the direction of the bridge.
We could get on the road again.
We're staying here tonight, I told her firmly. I couldn't let her keep going on without sleeping. There had to be a point where I drew a line. She let out a heavy breath, clearly displeased, but she appeared to know that it wasn't open for discussion.
Ready?
She asked, glancing at the double doors of the jail. I peered around, checking once more to see if something was following us, and then nodded. We entered the building with our weapons raised, me ready to stab, Kara ready to hit. With all the shades of the windows drawn, none of the moonlight from outside could filter in, and it was pitch black. I'd left everything I had in the Hummer, but a moment later there was a click, and Kara's flashlight illuminated the interior ahead of us. It was small, like everything else we'd seen or passed so far in this town. There were a few open office desks behind the large reception desk directly in front of us, and a couple more enclosed offices along the left. As Kara shifted her beam to do a brief scan for ferals, I caught a glimpse of 2 more doors at the back. One of them had something written on it, a word I couldn't make out in the distance. The other had a small window set in the center, and appeared to lead into the second section of the building where the cells were. Taking our first steps forward, we started for the offices along the perimeter. The initial one didn't have a single thing that we could use, and after searching the second one, it was the same thing. The third one, however, judging by the important plaques on the walls and the fancy nameplate on the desk, was a little more promising. I wasn't sure what kind of fate Captain Banks had suffered, but I was grateful to him for being somewhat organized, because the key to the jail cells was hanging neatly by the door. There were no weapons in the captain's office, or in any of the desks at the center of the building, and when we reached the doors at the back, I figured out why. That one, with the indistinct letters, was perfectly legible now. The armory. It couldn't have had very much in it. Surely most of the weapons were removed to fight ferals at the outbreak, and it didn't look much larger than a closet to begin with. But it didn't appear that we were going to find out, because when Kara reached for the handle, it wouldn't budge. She shoved the tip of her shovel into the crack between the door and the frame, pushing hard to see if she could pry it open. But she wasn't strong enough, and I was in no shape to exert myself like that, no matter how bad I wanted to see what was inside.
Damn,
Kara mumbled in disappointment, removing her shovel.
This place is a bust.
I huffed with laughter, holding up the key to the cells. If this works, then maybe we could sleep here.
I got a clean record,
Kara said with a smirk, shaking her head.
I can't be spending nights in prison.
I chuckled, turning to head for the final door. It would be safe, though, in a cell, with beds. We could both catch some shut-eye. Kara hummed with what sounded like reluctant agreement, and peered through the window with her flashlight to check for ferals before opening the door. She held it ajar for me, and then let it close behind us. There were only a handful of jail cells in the dark hall, each separated by a thick concrete wall. While I strode to the door of the first one with the key in hand, Kara went down the line, checking each cell to make sure that they were empty. She returned to my side as I got the barred opening unlocked, and followed me in to check things out.
A toilet and a bed,
Kara mused, dropping down on the mattress and bouncing a little to test the firmness.
Life's essentials.
If only there was someone to feed us. I smiled wistfully and bent over enough to press my hand into the bed. I would have sat down if I thought I'd have the energy to get back up.
Dugan?
Kara prompted, setting her flashlight aside to scoot back and lean against the wall. I hummed curiously.
Do you think we're gonna get there in time?
One corner of my mouth tensed unsurely, and to emphasize it, I shrugged. I honestly don't know.
We have to stop them,
she muttered under her breath, and even in the dark I could see the determination in the tired lines around her eyes. She was so focused on getting to Pittsburgh, but I wasn't so sure it was the best idea anymore. Maybe we'd get there before Jed, and we'd be able to warn the people at the camp. But maybe the people weren't even there, or maybe it was too late. And if Jed was already there, I was in no shape to be fighting anyone. Though I wouldn't tell Kara. Rushing to Pittsburgh felt like rushing to a faster fate. Things were quiet for a minute, and for some reason, being stationary was taking its toll on me. I got lightheaded, as though walking had been keeping my blood flowing, and now that we'd stopped, so had my circulation. I stretched my neck side to side, hoping to ease the flow to my head, and motioning for Kara to stand. Come on, let's find some food. She got off the bed, but once she was on her feet, she shined her light at me, squinting suspiciously.
You okay? You don't look too good.
I just need to keep moving, I answered, turning for the exit, but she grabbed my arm.
You've been sleeping a lot in the car.
She studied my reaction, and I was too blinded by the light she was shining at me to see if she could read the truth in my expression.
You can't carry your backpack, could you?
I sighed with defeat and shook my head, and when she spoke again, I could hear teary concern in her voice.
Why? What's wrong with you?
I didn't want to worry her. She'd been through so much trauma already, and the last thing that she needed was to think I wouldn't make it. So I gave the most convincing smile I could. I'm just really sore. I'll be all right, and motioned for her to go out the door. Come on. Her light lingered on me for a few seconds before she finally decided I was okay. She led the way back out to the street, but when we got there, I had that feeling again, like someone or something was watching us. It caused me to pull the revolver from my waistband, holding the grip tight in one hand. If a stalker came at us because Kara was small and I was so clearly injured, then I wanted to be ready to aim our single bullet perfectly. We headed back toward the main street, sure that if there was going to be some kind of a grocery store or food mart, then it would be on this road. There were a few houses along the way, though none of them held anything of value. We went half a mile into the buildings and houses, up and down the stairs, searching, and that was as far as I could go. I couldn't catch my breath anymore, and the lightheadedness was now a constant whirling in behind my eyes. If we were even going to make it back to the jail to sleep, then I needed to take a break. The severe worry was obvious on Kara's face when I told her that we needed to stop, and she helped lower me down to the sidewalk so that I could lean back against the side of a building. I handed her the revolver so that she could stand watch while I rested, and once she had it in her hand, she dropped it to her side.
"So hungry,"
she groaned, blowing air out through her lips and dejectedly leaning one shoulder against the wall.
"I'd kill for a grilled cheese."
I sucked in a hard, shallow breath so that I could ask, "Is that what your favorite food was?"
"I mean, it sounds really good right now,"
she chuckled. Her tongue ran over the cut in her lip, but I couldn't tell if it was pain or hunger.
"My favorite was macaroni."
You like the cartoon shapes? I guessed, knowing my daughter had loved it too.
"It had to be cartoon pasta,"
she agreed with a grin. And while it was nice to see her smile again, it didn't do much to lighten the tired shadows under her eyes, or the black and blue bruise on her cheek.
"What was your favorite?"
"Shrimp cocktails," I told her promptly. The immediately disgusted look on her face caused me to laugh, which put a sharp pain in my chest.
"Ugh."
She stuck her tongue out teasingly.
"Anything fishy is nasty."
I was about to ask her how long it had been since she'd even tried fish, because maybe her taste had changed with age. But there was a scuff against the ground from the alley nearby, like a sneaker against the sidewalk. Ferals didn't wear shoes, which meant it had to be a person who'd been following us. Kara cocked the revolver at her side while I scrambled up, ignoring the pain the rapid movement it caused, to prepare for an attack. We both watched the alley where it sounded like the noise came from, but a whole minute passed by without anyone materializing. I'd almost started to relax again when the upper half of a body stuck out from behind the building. Kara raised the revolver instantly, and in response the person rushed out, raising a bow and pulling back on a string. "Whoa," said the female voice, hastily, in a mixed accent that was hard to classify. "Easy there." Out of instinct, I moved in front of Kara to protect her if the woman fired, and Kara adjusted enough to aim around me.
"There's one bullet in this gun,"
Kara muttered, so threateningly that it even startled me.
"And it isn't meant for you."
"Put it down, then," the woman suggested calmly, "and we'll relax the bow." It was too dark out for me to see the color of her eyes or her hair, but her hair was dark, brown probably, and only a few inches long. The wispy tips of it were stuck down under a rolled bandana, which looked tied around the back of her head. She had on a baggy black jean jacket with a gray hood, and the legs of her tight denim jeans were tucked into boots that reached up to her calves. "Okay," she said, when neither Kara or I responded. "We'll start relaxing the bow, if you won't shoot me." She was fairly young, mid to late 20s by my best guess, and the more she talked, the more I thought I could place her accent. Undeniably Southern, but with an unmistakable European influence. Scottish, maybe, or Irish. I can never tell the difference. Unique. Might have been one word for the mix, but awkward felt a little more accurate.
I won't shoot if you start,
Kara countered, still peering out from behind me. The woman's eyes shifted from Kara to me, and then back to Kara, and she let out an amused huff. You're a tough little shite, aren't you? Her string arms relaxed just slightly, and her bow arm lowered enough for her to check whether or not we'd shoot her. When she was comfortable enough, though we hadn't yet, she relaxed the bow completely, but kept it ready in her hands. Your turn. Kara released the tension in the hammer of the revolver and lowered it to her side, and she moved out from behind me.
I'm Kara,
she told the woman, sounding totally at ease now that she wasn't an immediate threat. Mal, the woman replied with a smile. But I wasn't so confident. Why were you following us? I asked gruffly. Oh, straight to the point, okay? She mumbled to herself, still holding the arrow to the bowstring, like she wasn't so confident either. Looking for company. I was so caught off guard by the question that my eyebrows furrowed, and I felt Kara glance up at me. It only took a few moments to recover, and I answered definitely. No.
Dugan,
Kara whispered in protest, and I shot her a glance. That's it? Mal asked in shock. Just no? I simply stared at her, already having stated my position. You're obviously injured. Is that single bullet your only weapon? I'm good with a bow. We can help each other. I know where to find food. At that last part, Kara looked at me again, and I didn't have to meet her gaze to know that she was silently pleading with me. I said no. Come on, man, Mal entreated, taking a pleading step forward. I put my arm across Kara's chest and took us one step back. Look, there's ferals around. The smart ones. You've seen them, right? She sighed, finally returning the arrow to the quiver at her back, as if it would help. They get you if you're alone. I haven't slept in days. I can't protect you, I growled impatiently. I was already in no shape to even protect Kara. There was no way I could put any focus on another person. Kara was my priority. That was if we could trust Mal in the first place. We didn't even know her, and she knew I was injured. She could have just stopped us as easy targets, and was looking to take anything we had as soon as we let our guard down. I'm not asking you to, Mal quipped, clearly growing offended by my attitude. Just let me tag along. I didn't have the energy to keep arguing about it, so I grabbed the revolver out of Kara's hands and aimed it at the newcomer. Ask me again, I challenged. Whoa! She threw her arms up and took a step back. Shite, okay? She continued to retreat, unwilling to take her eyes off of me while I was pointing the gun at her. Don't follow us anymore, I told her. She nodded, withdrawing until she disappeared around the corner. The moment she was gone, Kara turned toward me, her eyebrows furrowed angrily. Why'd you do that? We're on a mission, I grumbled, struggling to bend over and reach for my gardening fork. I know you haven't forgotten. She could have come, Kara argued. Maybe she would have wanted to help. We're not discussing it, Kara, I grunted as I straightened back up. But you heard her, she insisted. She's just scared. I won't be responsible for another person's life, I snapped, clutching at my chest as the tension of my frustration ripped through my lungs. You understand? It's not happening. Dugan, Kara whispered, and her face fell sadly. None of it was your fault. Reluctant to let her see the tears that flooded my eyes, I turned my face away, and through the stress and emotion and the fatigue, I began to feel lightheaded again. "It's done, okay? Let's go." Kara sighed and brushed past me to start heading back to the jail. To let me know that she was upset with my decision, she kept a pace with which I was barely able to keep up. By the time we got back, I was gasping for air, and after locking the cell after us, so no ferals would get in, I collapsed onto one of the 2 beds in the first cell. I don't know if I passed out, or if I was just so tired that I drifted off in seconds, but the next thing I knew, it was daylight. Kara was sitting cross-legged on the bed across the cell, with her pocket knife in her hands. She was digging the tip of the blade into something else she was holding, so focused on it that she didn't even acknowledge me when I sat up. I rubbed my sleep-heavy eyes, working the blur from them so that I could see better what she was doing. The revolver was sitting on the bed next to her, but whatever she was holding was too small for me to make out. "What are you doing?" I asked, as pleasantly as I could, afraid she was still upset with me. She stopped for a brief moment, held up something small and shiny, the bullet.
"Carving Jed's name into the bullet."
Her eyes met mine, and I could tell that she hadn't slept much, if at all. Her stare was dark and angry. I eased myself onto my feet, and she went back to working, digging in the tip of her knife into the side of the bullet. After making my way across the cell, I sat down at her side, looking at the item in her hand. She wasn't joking, and she wasn't being metaphorical. She'd already finished scratching a J into the metal and was working on the E. "Kara," I said softly, "I know you're upset."
"Upset?"
she repeated hotly, dropping her hands as if I'd been frustrating her all morning.
"Dugan, I'm pissed off."
She stood, tossing the items into her seat.
"And stop looking at me like that. Like I'm not supposed to be. You can barely breathe."
She pointed to the wounds in her cheek and lip.
"Look at my face. They killed Namiko. And Woof."
Her gaze dropped gloomily, but a moment later she glared at me again.
"Stop looking at me like I have no right to be pissed off. Like it's not rational. Just stop."
I grabbed the bullet off the mattress, running my thumb over the letters she'd scrawled, while I told her dolefully, "Revenge won't make you feel better."
"Revenge?"
she huffed with dry laughter, while her eyes squeezed shut and she took in a deep breath.
"We have no food."
Her bottom lip quivered, and when she opened her eyes again, they were filled with tears.
"Our weapons are shit. You're getting worse, and you think I can't tell. And I've never been so exhausted. But I can barely sleep because every time I close my eyes, I see it, and I feel it over and over again. I don't want revenge, Dugan."
She wiped out a tear that had slid down her cheek and sniffled to try and keep any more from falling.
"I want peace."
"Kara," I stammered, at a loss for what to say. "I'm sorry, I'd read her all wrong."
"It's fine,"
she shrugged, dragging the heels of her hands across her eyes to remove the last of the tears. "What will help?" I asked, extending the knife and bullet to her. "You want to keep carving." The corner of her mouth twitched with the smallest of grateful smiles, but she didn't reach for either item. "Want to take your knife to one of the mattresses and just tear it up? Should be fun." This time she let out a stuffy-nosed laugh, but shook her head.
"I want to eat."
"Trust me, kid, I said in eager agreement. I do too. She puffed her cheeks with air and looked around searchingly, like she was ready for a distraction. When her gaze wandered toward the door to the offices, her eyes widened and she paced over.
There's a note in the window.
What? I pushed myself off the bed and strode over. Sure enough, there was a piece of paper taped to the other side of the window that hadn't been there last night. Penciled in big, bubbly handwriting was, "For Kara and the asshole. Eat up. Mal. The girl with the bow." And an arrow pointing downward.
The asshole.
Kara laughed, eagerly reaching for the handle to see what was on the other side of the door. Hey, I stopped her, still not completely trusting in our acquaintance. Careful. I eased the door open myself, and then poked my head out to make sure that there were no traps on the other side. But Kara was too hungry to be cautious, and she pulled the door open before I was finished. Searching, both of her eyes locked onto the two large cans, one of diced pineapple and the other of mild chili. Kara scooped them up and squeezed them to her chest, inhaling deep as though she could smell it through the tin.
Bet you feel like an asshole now,
she teased, carrying them to the bed and digging her can opener out of her backpack. I chuckled, shaking my head as I lowered myself onto the mattress and waited for Kara to open the cans. If we see her again, you can say thanks, I said seriously, but I don't know about letting her come. Kara handed me the open can, setting to work on the second.
I'm way too hungry to complain.
I truly wasn't ready to let Mal come along, but the chili and the pineapple were so damn delicious that if she were here right now, I probably would have hugged her